Apparently.
It kind of slopes towards the house though in the rear.
He booted, he also hasn't thought about because it's just because of that demographic.
No, the floor drains don't.
What I did, oh, you're a good person.
Spirit.
But she was there for,
He had the second one because my sister.
they were at the flag raising and some other stuff, so maybe that's like,
Dirty water. Smell is. Yeah, I want to get a hotel room.
right? But that's not possible.
Well, when he left on Friday, he said, "We're just open all the windows." I said, "It's going to be 30 degrees this weekend." It's not.
It wasn't just stormwater.
I think it's pretty much stormwater. But
I just accidentally hit the microphone.
you good to go?
Cheers.
Okay. Good to go? Okay. You good to go? All right. I'd like to call this Saline City Council meeting to order. Actually, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance at the regular meeting. This is simply a work meeting to discuss a proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. Members present are Council Members Gearboss, C.O. Rice, Lesh, Harmount, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, and Mayor Marl. From City staff, we have quite an entourage this evening. Acting City Manager Cole, City Clerk Royal, Treasurer Finch, our DPW Director, our Wastewater Treatment Superintendent. Ms. Cole, will Community Development Director Adkin be joining us this evening?
He will not.
Okay.
Engagement will be covering his section.
Very good. We have Police Chief Radzik, Engineer Humphreys, and Parks and Rec Director Lambert. We also have our IT Administrator, and sitting behind Tesha, we have our new Deputy Treasurer. Would you mind coming to the podium and introducing yourself? Can I put you on the spot? We're so delighted to have you on board, but I'd love my colleagues in the community to know a little bit about your background.
Hi, I'm Pam Stewart. I am the new Deputy Finance Director, and I came from the Village of Pinckney. I'm very happy to be included. I'm just here to observe and learn more about how the meetings work here.
Very good. I'm glad to have you on board. Thank you. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted unless there are changes or amendments.
So moved.
Moved by Dillon to approve. Is that correct? Okay. And seconded by, was that Rice? Thank you. All those in favor of approving the agenda as submitted signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. There are no absences this evening, so we'll proceed to public comments. Under the Open Meetings Act, any person may come forward at this time, make comment or question to City Council. This public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested, but of course not required to state their name and address for the record. Are there any citizen comments this evening on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026? You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Karen Peters, and I'm here to talk about the dam in conjunction with the budget. I understand after the feasibility study, the council made a decision to postpone any further action on the dam until October. And I'm not pleased with that because I think we've kicked this can down the road long enough. I was looking back at records, and in September of 2021, when Spicer did a study, there were recommendations made to the council. And at that time, to repair the dam in its current state, the cost would have been $100,000 to $500,000. And there's actually a report where it breaks down all the charges, and I think it came to $218,000. Now in 2025, where this is almost 4 years later, we're looking at $1 to $1.5 million to repair the dam. So I don't think we can afford to procrastinate any longer. I think the Spicer study has given us enough evidence that we know what to do. I don't think we need to do any more environmental studies and waste the city's money on that. I think a decision needs to be made. Tasha, I know that you've voiced your opinion, that you're very proud, that you're being proactive and looking at this before we don't have options. And I realize you weren't on board in September of 2021, but almost 4 years have already gone by. I don't consider that being proactive.
Are there any additional citizen comments? You will have 3 minutes.
I'm Gordon Peters, 396 Saline River Drive, and you might suspect I'm here to speak about the dam, and more importantly, or more specifically, the mill pond. Has anybody on council or on staff looked at the potential benefits of having our mill pond? If you Google kayaking, canoeing in this area, from Tecumseh to Ann Arbor to Saline to Chelsea, any body of water, there's rentals of kayaks and canoes that generate income, except in Saline. And the prices range from a single seat kayak can run for $25 an hour, $35 an hour for a twin seater. Karen and I went on Gallup Park a few years ago, and I think the only thing that, in addition to the dam repair that my wife just mentioned, we would just have to make it more navigable. In the Spicer report that we got presented last time, they pointed out something that could be done with the silt. Possibly Eagle would approve letting some of it go downstream in a controlled manner. It's on page 17, I believe, of the report. I realize that that is part of the removal, and also mentioned a sediment gate or trap. So some of those things might be considered. So as a almost 41-year resident of Saline, I would just like to encourage you all to move this forward and look at some other possibilities besides it's a liability. We live on the pond, we see kayaks, and I believe we could see more, and maybe a revenue opportunity, maybe get people to come to town to do that activity, come downtown to eat and be entertained, probably from April through October. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional citizen comments? There appear to be none from those who are in attendance this evening. I would defer to the city clerk. Were there any written comments provided in advance of tonight's meeting in which the individual wanted their remarks read at this time? Easy enough. Then we will proceed to the one and only discussion item of the evening, which is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. I'm going to begin with the city manager, who will have some opening obligatory comments. Then we will hear from the members of our finance committee, if they would like to make any comment for the record, and then we'll begin a discussion with our department heads and city treasurer. Acting City Manager Cole, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. A few housekeeping items first before we get started, just so everyone knows. As this is a public working meeting, we do have dinner available to those who want to have something to eat, as we're going to be in meetings through the night tonight. So good evening to everyone here, and thank you so much for being here for our first review of the 25-26 fiscal year draft budget. The City of Saline is a proud, close-knit community of about 10,000 residents. We thrive when we plan with purpose and act with unity. This budget is a reflection of aligning our resources with our values to reinforce what matters most, which is safe neighborhoods, reliable infrastructure, and a vibrant, welcoming city for everyone. I want to reiterate that this budget is not a wish list. It is a blueprint for delivery. We're not just funding projects, we're actually activating momentum, from safer streets to smarter permitting, from water to Wi-Fi. We're here investing with intention. For Saline, budgeting means moving forward in a measured, focused, future-ready way. We don't just manage a city, we're shaping one. As we started to plan our budget for this year, we did so based off of the strategic plan priorities that were set by council last year. To let you know that this is built directly from our strategic plan. It's how we turn values into our action. From effective asset management to fiscal stewardship, every single line reflects a commitment towards these priorities. We are ready to invest in what moves Saline forward, not just for today, but long into the future. Today, I wanted to let you know we will first be reviewing the funding for our capital improvement plan. We'll go through our fund balance summary. Then we'll move into general fund, 590, 591 for water and sewer. And then the last one that we'll be covering will be the recreation complex. Sarah, did you want to start with, Treasurer Finch, do you want to start with the first slides on our capital improvement?
Before we transition to that, just a couple things. Can staff assist me with noting all of the supplemental materials that were distributed this evening to make sure everybody received what they need to receive? So there's a paper copy of the Capital Improvement Plan 2026 to 2031. There's these two sheets.
Those will be for this evening for the closed session.
Those are for the closed session, excuse me. There's several documents here.
I don't know which
No,
one.
these are not.
Go ahead, because maybe those are
Yep.
different ones than I thought.
The one that's very bright and colorful is our wage summary assumptions that are built into the budget, so that's
Okay.
part of that discussion. And the second one there is the vehicle equipment replacement fund schedule, just showing you all the years that are built out for the first.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, sir.
Those are all the different actual budgets for the different funds that we'll be discussing this evening.
Very good. And then the final document is there's a paper copy of the PowerPoint presentation? Excellent, okay. Does everybody have those documents? Very good, okay. Before I turn it over to Treasurer Finch, Mr. Gearbaugh is the chair of the council, as the chair of council's subcommittee on finance. Is there anything that you'd like to state for the record at this time?
At this point, I'm just going to defer to our city manager and city treasurer. We met barely for about 45 minutes last week. Meetings had to be rescheduled, so unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of oversight of this review.
And then I'll also defer to the other members of the finance committee. Council members Harmount, CEO, is there anything you'd like to add? Start with Councilmember Harmount.
No, sir.
Not this time, Mr. Seal? Easy enough. Then Treasurer Finch, the floor is yours.
Perfect. We'd like to start with just touching base about the capital improvement plan. You'll all recall that just a couple of weeks ago, we went through an initial draft of that CIP. Since then, I appreciate those of you that send me back your prioritization worksheets. We've taken council priorities and staff priorities and addressed funding that we have available to make adjustments there as necessary. So the plan before you for fiscal year 26 is about $23 million in projects, all of which are funded. The slide before you shows a list and includes things like renovations to City Hall, our vehicle and equipment replacement, the Saline River Valley Trail, a bridge maintenance program and rehabilitation program that is slated to take place over the entire 6 years, beach court reconstruction, and a number of other things that are listed there. So again, we always consider the strategic plan and asset management. That's a huge driving factor as we're looking at this CIP. The number one priority that was really noted by those of you that returned that is infrastructure. So when we were considering what was a priority to fund, that was it. This is just a summary, and this is in your actual capital improvement plan document that you have before you. This talks about the different funding sources, as well as down at the bottom there, you can see what is actually going to be coming from different fund balances and reserves within the funds. So even with the use of fund balance there at the bottom that's listed, it's about 2.7 million. We will remain with an unassigned fund balance of about 24.7%. Per the fund balance policy, we need to be in a range of 15 to 25%. So this keeps us right in line with that policy. I would comment too that this that fund balance ending will have to do with funding the CIP and the operational budgets that we'll be talking about tonight. So overall, it's a solid place to end. This is just a graphic for all of you to show you the different funding sources. We're especially proud of the $8 million in grant funding. That's 34% of the funding for that CIP. Excuse me, Elle, if you would help me. I think we had made note that for a city of our size, that's pretty impressive.
Very impressive percentage. I think for a city of our size, the average was about 12 to 15%. So we are over double of what the traditional percentage is for a 10,000 size community, the size of 10,000 folks.
And finally, this is just a summary of the changes in fund balance. If you wanted to speak to this one.
Absolutely. So after all items considered, as Treasurer Finch mentioned, in our operational budget and funding the CIP that you have in front of you, our fund balance still remains within our fund balance policy at 24.7% projected. You can see the uses for assigned, unassigned, and our fund balance. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We're going to skip over just the questions for right now until the end in light of keeping us on track and on time, unless anyone protests. Okay.
We're going to move into looking at the different funds and the operational budgets. When we're looking at revenues, I want to make note that there's a minimal change from the current year to the proposed budget ahead of you. It's actually less than 1%. So that's a pretty good indicator that operations are remaining stable. The current tax revenue projections are based on values through the March Board of Review. From here, I'm awaiting our Headley reduction fraction that'll come from equalization, and that'll help me just make some minor adjustments. I think the estimate, though, is pretty accurate, and I don't foresee any significant changes in the projected tax revenue. The millages associated with the proposed budget before you, we will need to levy the full 1 mil for our fire special assessment. You'll recall we talked about that recently. Our contribution to the fire department is increasing significantly, so we will need the full 1 mil for that special assessment. For street improvements, we will be levying the full 1 mil. That's no change from the current year. As far as city operating, I can't give you an exact millage yet without that Headley reduction fraction, but I can tell you it will be close to the 13.7. We are currently levying our full maximum allowable millage, and we will need to remain doing so in the upcoming year. And finally, our other millage would be our refuse or waste collection millage. Right now, we're levying 1.98, and I can tell you that we'll still be right around 2, but Manager Cole is in negotiations with Waste Management right now. So until we have final numbers that come before council, we may need to adjust that slightly. And of course, we'll keep council informed as we move through that process. I think as far as revenues, yeah, I think that's it. I'll just make the statement that we are being conservative while we're budgeting revenues. I think we all know there's a lot of unknowns in the economy as a whole in the coming years. So we're trying to be realistic and conservative on what we're planning for so that we're operationally stable.
Okay, next we're going to move into general fund. Just a few departmental highlights before we kind of pass it over to the department heads. Letting you know as we begin, I want to highlight that our overall operational costs are remaining relatively stable. While seeing major changes in expenditures, our focus is shifting towards strategic priorities that will help us build a stronger, more sustainable organization. The priorities include streamlining our internal processes to create greater efficiencies, investing in succession planning to ensure long-term leadership continuity, and strengthening employee retention efforts to maintain our talent and institutional knowledge. With that in mind, I just wanted to let you know a few of our departmental highlights. For City Council, nominal salary increases were included for IT and Human Resources. Please keep in mind these are brand new budget departments, so we're still getting a handle on how much those are annually costing the city. For Treasury, we do have increased costs due to staffing transitions as we prepare for our Deputy Treasurer's departure with her retirement. Also assessing, we have some staffing changes that we've adjusted to include contract amounts. And then in elections, we have a reduction of polling sites in 2026. So with fewer elections in the upcoming year, we anticipate that the expenditures will see a significant reduction as well. All right. So next, I just wanted to talk real briefly with you about our Human Resources Department, not just our staffing changes, but what we included in the budget. So we did include the 3% increase for all staff. The contract for the police indicates that they are required to have a 2.5% increase, so that's what they would be receiving, and 4% for the command officers, all pending negotiations. Just to let you know, we have a lot of new faces here tonight, so certainly would love to welcome our new director, DPW director, Zach Coppola. He's new. You've already pointed out our new deputy treasurer, Pam Stewart. We have our new treasurer, Sarah Finch, here this evening. So as you can see, we have done a really wonderful job of attracting new talent and getting new talent in place, not to mention the fact that this is the closest that we have been since 2008 to being fully staffed in all of our departments. We are very close to being fully staffed, and that's a very, very exciting outlook for us as we begin all of this work coming up in the next year. And then, before we move on to the next slide, all right, and our first department to go will be our Chief of Police, Chief Radzik. If you would like to begin talking about your departmental expenditures for the upcoming year, that'd be wonderful.
Sure. Chief Radzik, I'm going to have the department head share the microphone, so if Engineer Humphreys could pass that down to you, you can leave it on the stand, you can hold it by hand. Just make sure that the switch is flipped at the bottom, and that the green light is illuminated.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just pull it close.
It's kind of nice I'm not the new one anymore. So over the past 5 years, our police department has made some significant strides in enhancing transparency, safety, and professional development. Our body-worn camera program has proven to be a valuable asset, contributing to increased transparency by aiding in the resolution of citizens' complaints and streamlining FOIA request compliance. Furthermore, the footage provides invaluable resources for ongoing officer training. The transition to Washington Metro Dispatch has significantly enhanced both officer and community safety beyond its cost-saving benefits. Operating on a unified communication channel provides real-time awareness of incidents in neighboring jurisdictions, recognizing that crime extends beyond local boundaries. Recognizing the importance of leadership development, we have recently established the position of Deputy Chief. I say recently, it's been since 8/8 of 23. Seems like a short time, but then it seems like he's been in place for a while. And fill the vacant sergeant role. Building upon this, we are actively developing a comprehensive succession plan to ensure the continued strength and stability of our leadership team. In the FY26 budget, our department is focused on recruiting and retention with our goal of being fully staffed in 2026. The police department will be participating in MCOL's approved training focusing on mental health, de-escalation techniques, implicit bias, procedural justice, crisis intervention. And to meet the MCOL's requirements, which have recently changed, the requirement is 24 hours of continuing education every year. So we will continue to utilize our subscription to Virtual Academy, ensuring efficient and accessible professional development as our current. So in order to maintain the 24 hours of continuing education, when this first went in place, it was every 2 years, but it is recently switched to every year. So with the Virtual Academy subscription that we have now, that reduces some training costs because you can do it right through the subscription to Virtual Academy with some of those designated subject matters that we will train on. As our current weapon systems, which we're carrying now, the 40 cal Glock, they're reaching the end of their service life. So we're planning on transitioning to the 9mm Glock pistols in the coming year. And this change will offer several advantages, including lower cost of ammunition. And in conjunction with the new service weapons and holsters, there'll be comprehensive training that will be scheduled to ensure that all officers are proficient and confident with the new system. And that isn't just something specific to Saline. All of the area police agencies are transitioning to 9mm. So for interoperability, if there was ever some type of incident, we're all training and carrying the same weapons. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for that overview. I believe our DPW director, Mr. Hoppel, is next.
Good evening. So as Al pointed out, we have a lot of new faces. Same can be said for DPW. So currently we actually have, including myself, 7 new staff members within the last about 18 months over at the DPW. So a lot of new faces. So with that, it's a lot of relearning of operational needs. So really this year is going to be an assessment and planning year for the DPW. Really tracking the work that's being done, tracking the efficiency levels in which we're doing so, but also sticking with the city's asset management practices for a lot of our capital needs. So a lot of that, with our utility network, we're going to be looking at CCTV and assessment work for our sanitary and storm sewers, as well as lining repairs of our water main, sanitary and storm sewer repairs. So that way we can really start to have a full, broad picture of all of our roads that we have, and really start to come to a better realization of planning when we're outlining which roads and which projects we need to be doing in which fiscal year. Along with that, we will also be continuing the sidewalk improvement program to really be looking for right-of-way to right-of-way to continue eliminating trip step hazards, analyzing ADA compliance within the city. We will also be focusing on as-needed programs for the city, such as street signs, pavement markings, parking lots, and streetlights. And then we'll also be reassessing our inventories for our utility operations, ensuring we have fittings, pipes, clamps, hydrants, et cetera, stocked and ready for emergency repairs when needed. And then lastly, really, just the assessment of our utilities will allow us to really stay committed to a dig once mentality, and also kind of help us better identify what operational needs we need in the interim while planning those capital projects.
Thank you very much. On your point about new personnel, I believe you had 2 new hires who started today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we've hired 3 staff since I started in January. So that's 4 of us in 2 months.
Very good. Well, to the individuals who were hired and brought on board today, please extend our best wishes. Hopefully they will enjoy a long and fruitful tenure with the city of Saline.
Yes.
I believe we're transitioning to community development, and Acting City Manager Cole, do you want to provide a synopsis at the behest of Community Development Director Edkin?
Absolutely. Treasurer Finch is planning to go ahead and share a little bit about what she communicated with Community Development Director Atkin. I also just want to let you know that we will have an opportunity for questions about general fund in just a few slides here. Director Hopla needs to get going. He has a family commitment, so I want to make sure to give him the opportunity to be able to answer any questions for you.
I'll just speak briefly about what Director Atkin has shared with me. Financially, they are also remaining relatively stable, no significant changes. They are really looking to prioritize their pre-application to permit process, looking to streamline that. They're going to continue evaluating methods for workforce housing. They're looking to digitize all of their department records and site plans, which is quite an undertaking, but will be a great thing for them to have all of those as an electronic resource. They're also looking to decrease their dependence on consultants. A perfect example of that is the code enforcement officer that has just joined their team. And just increase overall efficiency, which is a citywide effort, I think, that we can all speak to.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Engineer Humphreys.
Sure. Besides the capital, obviously engineering is involved with capital, which I think was presented at the beginning of this. The engineering department's goal for asset management to comply with our strategic plan is to continue to gather as much data as we can, especially on our essential assets. So I'd like to highlight high level. I think you're all well aware we're in the middle of a water master plan. This is critical for us to determine, especially the source of water, the water plant side of things, as we look towards growth to the system in the future, and just the aging infrastructure that is at our plant is now getting to be 25 years old. We're doing the same on the sanitary sewer collection system. Master planning, actually doing flow metering. Flow meters are in. They were in last week for our big event. We all got a lot of alarms that night because it was good that we got data from that. So the more data we can get, the more we can evaluate our collection system and our needs for the anticipated growth. Same goes with another critical aspect of our storm sewer system. We're in the process of trying to get an active MS4 permit with the state of Michigan, quite frankly, identifying all of our outfalls. So the overlying theme here is that money has been budgeted to continue to gather the data so that we can make we can have the data to save those big dollars when it comes to capital reinvestment needs. So spending a few tens of thousands of dollars in engineering study to save millions of dollars is always worth it. And that's kind of where we're at right now. It's really understanding to convert our capital plan from this reactive plan to this well planned out where we're spending our money and where they could go the furthest. On the last note, I also have staffing changes. We're down back to me again. Caitlin's last day was last Friday. So we have included a little bit of budget for additional consulting help in the next year to figure out how that's going to be replaced.
Wonderful. At this point in time, we would love to open the floor to you, Mayor Marlowe, if you want to.
Yep, we'll do a round of questions. Again, we want to try to wrap this up right around 7 o'clock when we transition to our regular meeting. If I recall correctly, 2 weeks ago, I started questions with Councilmember Gearboss. So this evening, I'll start with Councilmember Rice. We'll work my way back, and I'll end with any questions and comments that I have. Again, this first round of questions will be limited to 5 minutes. Councilmember Rice, you have 5 minutes, and again, to a point made by Acting City Manager Cole, I believe we want to be very specific or very focused on asking questions to our DPW director, who does need to depart shortly.
Sure. Thank you so much. So I guess this will be, I'm going to kind of combine DPW and engineering. Where are we, how many open positions do we currently still have, including Caitlin's recent departure? Like, what are we looking to fill in the next year?
Yeah, so currently with the DPW staff, with our maintenance person position, we actually only have one more. We currently have one vacancy. Okay. As a current stance.
Okay, and then plus Caitlin, which will, okay, yes. Not too bad. Well done. And does that include, have you filled your seasonal positions as well for this year?
No, we're in that process right now.
So do we still have applications still open, or you?
Yeah, yes, applications are still open.
Okay. I think that's really what I was kind of focused on at the moment, was making sure that we're, everyone has the staffing that we need, because I know that we've had a huge change and we're accounting for some changes. I definitely would like, at some point, Tesha and the city manager, for council to be kind of involved in what your thoughts are for the engineering positions, because I know things may be, changing in the future. I know you've been wanting to retire at some point in your life, and so I think it would be really wise to have kind of a broader discussion about how, we're going to fill those positions in engineering in the future. But yeah, I think what you all have presented, your goals and whatnot, sound great. I appreciate everybody really looking at kind of the processes and thinking about the future.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Councilmember Harmont, you'll have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Yes, hi. I really appreciate the purposeful, strategic approach that we're taking on a focus on infrastructure. I think that's really important. Along those lines, regarding I guess it would be all the departments. I just noticed there's been a lot of influx of people, and people are coming and going. Do you feel that are we where we need to be with outlined roles and responsibilities and processes that can endure transitions?
Yeah. I might even defer a little bit to acting city manager, but from my point of view, no, that's a work in progress. And I think that is something that we, if I recall, maybe about a year ago, was supposed to be the year of the policy, and it's still a work in progress. I think that there's all of us department heads. I mean, this is now the third municipality I've worked at, and it's by far the most balls I've ever had in the air. Because we all have to do a little bit of everything as opposed to really be focused on one area. And I think because of that, it's it's going to be a longer process to get all of those. That's my personal opinion. I don't know, Ella, do you want to add on to that?
Certainly, and I do feel like we are starting to really strengthen a lot of our policies and procedures to the point now where we're starting to see some of those really fall into place and enjoy some of the efficiencies created from some of those. We're not done yet. We're just getting started, really. So in my estimation, I would say we're about halfway through kind of redoing and reevaluating all of the policies and procedures in each department. So we're about halfway there. We have another halfway to go. But I will say the changes that I've seen our department heads make have been phenomenal, and the efficiencies that we've gained and kind of the unity and togetherness that have come from it, and making sure that everyone knows what the other is doing has really been a fruit that's been really nice to see.
Do you feel that you have all the tools you need currently to be able to get there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions, Councilmember Harmon?
I do not.
Very good. I'll transition then to Councilmember Lesh.
Just kind of an off-the-wall question, if you would. This year, we've seen a lot of building problems with all the buildings around the city. How is the DPW? I mean, I know it's one of the newer facilities, but any issues you see creeping up in the next fiscal year?
Yeah, so that's obviously one of the things that really is going to be incorporated into the planning year this year. So the city, a number of years ago, contracted out IMEG to do facility condition assessments of all the buildings, DPW being one of those. So we'll really be looking into that this year and really start incorporating that into our asset management plan, right? Our buildings, our vertical assets are just as critical as the ones below us that we can't see. And so looking at those needs and figuring out what we need over at the DPW to continue to be efficient. And also looking at programming of the building and making sure what worked for us 20 years ago still works in today's modern era, and ensuring the way the work flows through that building is as efficient as possible. So we'll be looking into that this year, absolutely.
Going to have a full staff again. Just want to make sure you have the facilities to do it. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lesh. Councilmember Seal, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Just a quick question for Mr. Haplo. Growth in the city is considered to be a good thing, but growth brings additional need for resources to meet that growth, plowing roads, maintaining streets, doing things of that nature. I was looking through the capital improvement budget, and I understand that sometimes if you get out beyond 2 or 3 years, it gets to be a best guess sort of a program. But do you think that you're pretty well set up with a CIP for managing the additional growth in terms of roads and road maintenance and lawn mowing and public places and so on?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I think we are truly making the strides to make the best judgments we can 5, 6 years out, really. A lot of the CCTV work that we're doing, a lot of the lining work that we're doing, really building out our full utility network and putting grades to those things, actually understanding our deficiencies and planning out those years in advance we're taking all the right steps right now. So yes, right now, if you look past 3 years, it may be an educated guess with that one, but I think within the next couple of years, we can really start having a very solid plan where if any type of revenues come open or any type of grant dollars come open, we can almost take something off the shelf and move things around if need be, which is really, to what Tasha's point was, the way we're trying to move towards, right? We're spending a few more dollars on analyzing and assessing what we have and spending a few more dollars on the engineering side of things. When we do have, and when there is a fund that comes available, we can jump on it because we're ready and we have a plan to go with that.
Very good. Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Thank you. In reviewing the CIP, I appreciate how detailed it is. It's a little confusing, I'll be honest with you, in that there's, huge swings in like local roads, for example. We're budgeting $150,000. Next year, it's $4.2 million. We've got these major swings of, is that the way in which we can manage it? I guess I'm just trying to sort of understand why there isn't more of a balance to it, because we'll go 150, then 4.2, then 1.2, then 2.9. I mean, there's no kind of consistency to this. Or where are these dollars coming from? I'm kind of trying to understand some of it, because we're talking about getting some revenue from bonds and things like that. Are we using bond money for roads?
Absolutely. Speaking first to kind of why we see those significant changes year over year when it comes to roads. In this specific example, 1 year is a planning year. We have a lot of design engineering work that Tesh is doing on the front end, and then the following year is a construction year. So that's why you're going to see the significant change there. In the future years, we have identified road needs that are plugged in, much to what Mr. Hoppola just spoke to. We want to make sure those are built into our CIP so that when grant funding becomes available, we're ready to move on that and we show that it's an identified need that we've planned for in our future. As far as road funding, that's going to be a challenging conversation that we have upcoming. Like most communities, we don't have enough for our local roads. So as we continue to identify all of these needs, we're going to be coming back to you with the conversation about how to fund those in future years.
So that will lead right into my next question, because if you look down to the next column, when we talk about city street millage, we're going from $150,000 to 1.1 million in the 27 fiscal year. So obviously, are we talking about a road millage increase?
At this point in time, the current millage does not support the road needs of the city. So Engineer Humphreys and I will be evaluating that along with DPW Director Hoppola, and be coming back to you sometime in the short future, probably within the next month or two, with a plan moving forward of what our recommendation will be. But we currently have our needs outweigh what we're being met with the millage that we have right now.
And I understand that. I just want to make sure that when we're looking at things, we're looking at very big picture of what our needs far exceed our dollars that we have in hand. And so there is going to have to be other funding sources coming about. Before I run out of time, I do want to ask Mr. Hoppola, prioritization of the work order system. Where are we with that? Because that can has been kicked so far down the road. We've changed course 10 times. And I mean, I think that's a really pivotal point for what needs to get done.
Absolutely. I think in the past, there have been some attempts with the work order management system, and that's been something I've been really looking at in my 2 months of being here, is ensuring that everything we are getting to is getting tracked in that system, right? Every single, not complaint, but every time we're notified of something, we are tracking it, and that any hours that are spent, we are tracking on that. So I can see how much time we are actually spending on activities and analyzing even the trip step hazard, the hours that it's taking to figure out efficiency, right? How much time are we spending on certain operational needs versus others, and how can we combat that? So we are really looking into that deeply right now.
And is that, I guess for me, that's a prioritization for budgeting that as far as GIS. I mean, the GIS system is only as good as the information that's in it. So kind of understanding where are we in the process? How much are we putting into really kind of filling in the holes of the GIS system so that we can use that data?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, that's exactly what I'm looking into is trying to figure out the technology we have on hand to be able to utilize our GIS data, which is grown to be very robust, and incorporate that into our work order management system. Currently, we don't have that availability to my field staff when they're out in the field. They don't have that GIS truly available outside of on a small phone screen. And then also trying to incorporate that into a work order management system. So when we do have those work orders, they can actually be tied to that asset through GIS, and we can start cataloging all of that. So we don't lose historical knowledge when I have an individual who's worked here for 20 plus years retire. We don't lose all that knowledge of him going out on Ann Arbor Street and knows of an issue that he dealt with 15 years ago. We're actually documenting those things. So that's really what we're looking at this year, is to to reanalyze our work order management system, figure out how we can make that more efficient, figure out what technology is necessary to make those improvements, and go from there.
So then it's not included in your budget, in your current budgets at this point?
Those are included.
They are included in there? Fantastic.
Councilwoman Dillon, I just wanted to note that Director Hopla has also included tablets that now will be connected automatically through Wi-Fi instead of having to connect through a third source. So that should make it a lot easier for transference of information. Additionally, next meeting, we should have an update on our strategic plan. One of the goals for the strategic plan was a work order system, so we'll be giving a full update on that in GIS as part of that update.
Fantastic, thank you.
Got to stop you there. We'll have another round of questions, maybe two. Councilmember Gearboy, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, again, as you know, is going to be these issues that I've seen repeatedly for the last few years. You're in a new position. You're the new manager. Will you have the resources and have you had the ability to go through and determine which initiatives, whether they were failed, never started, or incomplete from your predecessor, have you had a chance to determine what kind of costs in association with that's going to be involved in your budget at this point in time?
Not quite, no. So I think, again, that's why this year is such a planning year, right? For instance, one of our assets, the parking lots, I had included some funds in there to start an annual routine maintenance program with the parking lots. Now, it's looking like we're going to make that more of just a planning year this year. That is an asset that kind of fell by the wayside. Really looking at a lot of those things, right? From the operational side, as Acting City Manager Cole pointed out, our standard operating procedures and our protocols and what we have in writing lacked, quite frankly. We really focused and we're proud on the tenures of our staff and their experience on how to handle things. But now I've got 6 of my 13 field staff are brand new. We can't continue to rely on those things. And so I've definitely seen that some of those deficiencies can be chalked up to not having protocols that we've refreshed and re-looked at. And so that's absolutely what we're doing right now. And unfortunately, we've figured out how to not go around a protocol, but make do with what we have instead of identifying the critical errors in a process and actually addressing that and correcting it. We've just kind of patch things and make things work. So that's what we'll be doing throughout this year is going through every single routine maintenance task we have, every operational task we have. Every time someone points out an issue to me that they see out in the community, that's another thing that needs to be analyzed. So yeah, it'll be a long year of looking at all those things and recreating some of those processes to be more efficient.
For me, one of the things is, and having just learned in the last year, we have a reporting tool that our community and citizens are to use in order to identify. One of my concerns is, one, that reporting tool, which we've all had our issues and concerns with, and the work order system, and the expectations that these things need to be integrated and used. From my understanding, I know that the previous city manager did not support that as the way it was intended and indicated to me. It was seen as more of a penalty type approach versus a useful tool. Again, I don't want to see that happening, but I would like to know, are we situated with the proper tool to provide for the community, to provide input, and the similar thing with our work order system, because I want to make sure we're using the right system. I don't want to have this might be the 3rd system that we've evaluated, and how much money we've invested or wasted. And is from both you and from the acting manager, do we feel that those directions and that money is available to provide for the right tool and to assess and implement it? I'm giving you both the answer. A question because we've done this and we've never implemented any of these tools properly, and it needs to be done with an effective, clear plan and project management, which I want to make sure that the funds and everything are available for that.
So, sorry. So I've been running in 2 parallel paths on that, right? Because we do have a work order management system in place right now. The tool that you are referencing is a completely separate module as well that does not just communicate one-on-one with our work order management system, right? That is something that one of my staff have to personally then input that data into the other work order management system, and they stay cognizant to make updates of that one. If we close out a work order, it doesn't then just translate that into the notification module that you're referencing. On top of that, I am assessing all other options that are out there and figuring out what the numbers look like as far as what it would cost for us to change, what it would cost for us to stay with things, and figure out how to make the best of what we have in the immediacy, but what our best plan is moving forward, whether that's in 2, 3, 4 years. I'm currently going down both parallel paths on that.
That's my concern, is that I don't want to see 2, 3, 4 years. If we need the funding identified now to improve, to make sure things happen, we push this down the road for almost 5 years now, and I'm kind of at the point where this community needs to make sure, and we keep talking about it, but it needs to happen. The other one, for me, of course, has been the issue and concerns about maintenance. And we've talked about our buildings and everything else, and you've already identified the reports and such. For me, the issue is really going to be, and I think their acting city manager has talked about it, that there might need to be additional position or restructuring in order to make sure that that happens. So whatever we need to do in order to identify that or the funding associated with it, I want to make sure that's in this budget and is clarified. Okay? And then the last thing for me, and just to wrap up, is roads. We've always been using the PASER setting. We've had to be evaluations, and I want to understand, do you feel that our PASER rating and what we're doing now is appropriate? Because when I look at our budgets, there are roads that are in failed status and are not planned to be fixed for at least another 5 to 6 years. So I'm not sure what happened in the past. I want to know what the concerns are and how are we going to, I know we need more money, but how do we address these properly and making sure, because some of these patches that we have done, I mean, are already a year into it and may not be satisfactory. So with the new understanding from your approach, I want to make sure that we're looking at and providing the money that invests into the tools and the assessments that make sure we're properly repairing roads, not as a whim, but as a real plan. And these roads that have failed are a disgrace for us in this community, and they need to be repaired.
Thank you. I believe you need to leave.
Yes.
So are there any final questions for our DPW director before I dismiss him? Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah, I just
Councilman
want
Rice.
to jump in real quickly. I want to, Mr. Gearbox took a lot of what I was going to say from me, but I want to add to what he was saying. And, you know, this is a year of change, this is a year of growth, and you're assessing a lot of things. Is this maybe a year where we outsource some of the quote-unquote easier things through DPW and your staff stay focused on all of these policies, procedures, and new change? Like lawn mowing, for instance, should we be taking up that time from a DPW staff member?
So again, I think a lot of that, again, is going to have to be, I'm going to keep going back to it. We will have to analyze that this year. I think making any decisions now would be premature. Not only do I have 6 new field staff members, but both my parks and my utilities foremen were promoted in December and January, so they're new in their position. My deputy director was promoted this past fall, a position that we hadn't had filled for a number of years. I don't know exactly how long. So you've got my 2 foremen, myself and my deputy director, all new within our positions since about October, November. So that chain of command, even over in the DPW, how we go about things just from an operational standpoint, routine maintenance, all of those things, we're really going through that process right now and figuring out what works and doesn't. And to Dean's point about the work order management system, really tracking how much time certain things are taking us, right? Because there may be something that takes far too much time that is just racking up in hours and needs that we just simply can't get to, no matter if you give me 2 or 4 more staff. The operational needs to do that will probably outweigh how much we have available to us, and we'll have to look at those things. But again, making any decisions within even the next 6 months, I think getting me through an entire calendar year with the staff we have in place will give us a better picture this time next year of what the future holds for us.
I think one thing I would like to encourage from the council is I say this to staff all the time. If you get midway through a budget year and you're like, oh God, we're just killing ourselves with this thing, bring it to council, bring it to us. And if you get midway through the summer and you're like, summer maintenance is killing us, we need another person, or we need a contract to do this. I speak for myself, but I think bringing that kind of stuff to council while you're trying to figure out these sort of bigger picture things, I would hate for those things to be the thing that's tripping you up. I understand you want to assess the time and things like that, but if you assess that time and 2 months into it, you're like, it's way too much time, bring it back to us and, see if we can find something that takes that off of your plate so that you can really focus on rebuilding this DPW, because I would hate for those things to fall off because they're taking too much of your time. I would rather us spend the money to get them off your plate, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, that's appreciated. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to get the DPW director out of here by 6 o'clock. Are there any additional questions that individuals like to direct to him? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. Director, it is directed towards you, but more a statement in general, which is, I appreciate your approach. We need to step back. We need to analyze. The problem that we're having is that we keep redoing this. It's sort of, wash, rinse, repeat kind of a thing. And I get it. We have staffing changeovers. People want to come in and do things. I think the city as its whole, including this body, needs to establish some ways in which, no matter who is sitting in your seat, we have a direction to move forward, because we keep going off on these tangents. Oh, I know a program that I used in my previous committee. I did this. And all of a sudden, we're over here, and then everyone's like, wait a minute. That's obsolete. Why are we doing that? And we've got to pick a path and stick with it, because this is where we keep running into problems. And I'm going to go back to the work order system. For as long as I have sat up here, we have talked about work order systems with the DPW, and yet we don't have an effective system in place that even communicates with other programs within the DPW. And I feel like we are wasting so much resources, time, money, effort in our staff in doing these things. And I really want us to commit to saying, okay, if this is the year, then in 9 months, we have to have a plan. And that will be the plan to move forward, because we just keep going off on these tangents, and it's pushing things off and pushing things off. Our whole road thing changed, how we were addressing the roads, and that we've got a different approach as to maintain what we have so it doesn't deteriorate. And I think this is where Mr. Gearbaugh is starting to feel that same frustration, because I understand we're seeing roads that haven't been touched. I mean, truthfully, on the way to my house, Austin Drive is considered, it's been a failed road for many years, listed as a 1. But my street has been completely redone and now is going to have another new coating added to it to maintain it, which I understand, but it's very hard to express that to the community when they say, have you driven down Lewis Street lately? And wait a minute, why are we redoing this road when we haven't done that? So I think we have to do a much better job of communicating what the purpose is and the direction in which we're going with it.
Absolutely, and I will say, I think myself and Tasha can attest, we're in lockstep on how we feel the city should be approaching our road network, especially moving forward. And again, you're going to have capital improvements and you're going to have routine maintenance. So like you mentioned, if we repave a road, typically a year or 2 years afterwards, you want to be doing joint and crack sealing for anything that opens up to preserve the life of that 10, 15 years out. That is $10,000, $15,000 to do something like that on a local road. Whereas if we're doing a mill and overlay on one single lane mile, you're looking at $1 million. So there really is, for us, trying to analyze what are our utility needs, what roads desperately need our attention, while utilizing both our local and major road funds, now that we do have a TAMP and can move those funds back and forth. But I think that's why, to your question earlier, you do see a bit of an ebb and flow, right? You may see more in the majors on one year and less in the locals, is because we do have a transportation asset management plan in place that allows us to do those things. But really striking that in between, that we're not only focusing on large-scale capital improvement needs. Because if we harp on that and focus on that too much, those routine maintenance tasks that we're no longer focusing on, well, now our roads start to deteriorate into the manner of which we see them right now. If you focus too much on too large of projects, you allow your full road network to slowly fail. And so I think that's what we've done very effectively in the past couple of years, from what I've seen and what we're continuing to strive with, is ensuring that we're not only investing those large capital dollars, but investing those routine maintenance. So even though it may seem like, hey, this road was just touched a couple of years ago, why are we back? We're truly spending much less money to really preserve the life of that. So I think we are moving in the right direction.
You want to elaborate on that?
I was just going to add some data to that, because Councilmember Dillon brought up specifically Saline River Drive in Austin. So Austin Road is probably a one or two have failed on that. We have a cost estimate for that between $2.5 and $3 million. It's a money problem. It's a money problem. We don't have enough money, as I think Treasurer Finch, or maybe Acting City Manager Cole, talked about at the beginning of this presentation. We have more road needs than we have money available. We only are assessing right now 1 mil, which is about $500,000 a year. So, for instance, for Austin Road, we would have to collect that assessment for 5 years just to do Austin Road. Saline River Drive, what we're doing on yours, is costing us about $150,000, and that's extending the life of Saline River Drive for 10 more years. So the scale is not even the same. So in your example, you can see it's a money problem.
No, exactly. And what I'm trying to, I understand it. I think we need to do a better job of communicating that to the residents, because they're like, well, why are we always in Wildwood? What about this subdivision? What about my street? And I think people don't understand that we have gone from just quick, like, which road can we do? Which one is the smallest road that's going to cost the least amount of money? And so I think that there are ways in which we can do it. And I think that is a really great example of, we found a system that is working. And that's the direction that the city has taken. It doesn't matter who's sitting in those seats, that's the direction. And that's what I think we need to see moving forward.
Director Hoppala, you are dismissed. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Zach.
We're going to be a little pressed for time, so I'll withhold any questions or comments at this time. Let's transition to some of the restricted funds. I believe Mr. Briggs is up next. So, Engineer Humphreys, if you could pass the microphone down, or throw it, I guess, to Superintendent Briggs, that would be great. Bill, make sure the green light is illuminated at the base, and you may begin when ready.
Bill, I'm listening. I apologize. I'm just going to get something.
I'm on it. Thank you. I need some too.
It's on. Yep, just hold it close.
Okay. Well, as we look forward to in the next fiscal year, Water and Wastewater Departments remain committed to maintaining and continually improving the high level of service our community expects and deserves. Guided by our strategic plan, we are placing a strong focus on effective asset management, ensuring that our infrastructure is maintained and enhanced in a way that supports both current needs and future demands. This fiscal year of 2026 budget includes funding for different feasibility studies and asset management plans to make informed, proactive decisions that strengthen our operational reliability and financial sustainability. This approach directly supports our goals of fiscal stewardship, purposeful planning, and smart growth. We remain committed to developing and supporting a skilled workforce, ensuring our staff are equipped to meet the evolving needs of our system with expertise and professionalism. We are dedicated to supporting a viable, healthy community and to providing essential services that protect community health, wellness, and safety. And adding on to that, with We're talking about staffing. We hired our last staff in December, so he's fairly recent. We're looking forward towards the end of the wastewater treatment improvement project, potentially adding 1 or 2 more, depending on how many PMs we're figuring we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have a lot more equipment. Gonna have to commit a lot more hours to making sure everything's running properly. And I'll have a little, I won't say excess capacity, but we're gonna try and manage so we don't run everything all the time. We can swap back and forth and keep things serviceable.
Good. Do you want to do questions now, City Manager, Acting City Manager Cole? Do you want to transition to some of the other presentations?
I think it would be smart of us to move past them.
Okay. Please proceed. Oh, yep. Sorry, Bill. We probably should have staged you all a little bit differently. I got to get that microphone back to Director Lambert.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Acting City Manager Cole, you want to get through all of the presentations and then wrap up with another round or a second round of questions?
Yeah, this is our last presentation. So, welcome, Director Lambert. We are looking forward to hearing about what you have planned for the Recreation Center this year.
Yeah, thank you so much. Acting Manager Cole, I appreciate that. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So there's 4 areas that I really wanted to highlight. One, when we look at Saline Parks and Recreation and the Rec Center. First one is programming, then we'll hit memberships, staffing, and then some of our capital improvement projects that we have coming down the line. When we talk about programming, I really want to highlight our aquatics. We kicked off our swim school on March 1st with 86 families or 86 students involved in that program. When we put this presentation together, we had 107. As of this morning, we were up to 115 participants. So this program is growing despite our aquatic center being shut down for 43 days. So we do feel like that those numbers would have been stronger, but we are actually quite pleased with the response that we've had from that. Our aquatic programs are a key part of our revenues. Everything from some of the contracted programs such as Take Your Mark to our aquatic fitness portfolio, which is otherwise known as water aerobics, aqua zumba. These are important as they meet the need of our seniors in our community for their health and wellness. They are very well attended, they're very consistent, and provide a great foundation for what we're offering. Another thing that's new is our pricing structure. Our aquatic manager, Sarah Zetlow, she and I have spoken, we've been going over the way we bill, and instead of doing sessions, we're actually going to a reoccurring model where families are billed on a monthly basis. They sign up, they stick with it, they just, get billed just like our recurring memberships. And this is important because it creates more consistent revenue for us. And it's also beneficial to the families and the participants involved because they don't have to, really think about when they have to sign up next. And it helps keep them committed to the goals of the program. Another program highlight, and I know I've talked about this in the past, is our camp programs. This is, one of our largest and most successful programs, both in terms of our participation and our revenue generation. It services approximately 250 plus families annually and provides a vital service during those non-school weeks, especially in the summer. We just kicked off our member registration today for our summer camp program. We're probably about 65% full as of earlier this afternoon, which matches, last year our members accounted for about 65% of the registrations and non-members about 35%. Our non-member registration opens up Wednesday, so I'm excited to see how that goes.
It'll open and close Wednesday.
I know, so like for summer camp. We're continuing to just grow participation against all of our programs, including our tennis lessons, birthday parties. We saw 134 in the year of 2024. Leagues, fitness programs, I do want to note, we had just shy of 16,000 visitors in our group fitness classes this past year. And of course, our community events, which really bring people together and create that sense of community. When we talk about our membership highlights, we're sitting at about 5,000 members, and that's within about 1,300 memberships. 68% of those are families. I think that's really important to note. Because those are the families who are attending the swim lessons. Those are the families who are using our childcare services. Those are the families coming to a lot of our fitness classes. Our next highest group of memberships is our seniors. And I think anybody who comes to the rec center sees that. It's a vital part of our operations. In 2025, we saw a 3% increase in our membership rates for our residents and a 6% for our non-residents, and we'll continue to monitor that moving into fiscal year 26. When we talk about our staffing, I know a lot of my colleagues tonight have talked about staffing. We have 6 full-time staff. We are currently sitting at probably a little over 70 part-time staff, and we can add on approximately another 20 independent contractors. This is as of right now. When the summer comes, we're going to be adding our camp staff, more swim instructors, more lifeguards, as we do operate seasonally. A significant change for this year was an increase in minimum wage and the Sick Leave Act. We saw about an increase of 6.6% for part-time staffing wages, and we anticipate about another 6.5% going into 2026. So that's something that we have certainly been keeping in mind. And then last but not least is our building maintenance. I think we've talked a lot about our building maintenance, our capital improvement projects, and I just want to stress that our aquatic center really is the cornerstone of our operations. And it's not only our most unique and highest demanding area of the facility, but also just, when you look at year-round use, it's our most used asset. So that's something to be considered. When we look at our facility that is aging and we're facing some critical infrastructure needs, top of the list is the HVAC system, so that, the bids have gone out, they're active, to replace the Dectron unit, and that is that we are in play. And we just, we're just barely scraping by keeping that lab pool warm right now. Our pool decking, we talked about that. We had our inspection, our annual inspection today, and that was noted on the inspection as it has been the year before and the year before that. And the replacement of the Marseille, which is the flooring inside the pools. So, these are all very necessary investments, and we need them to protect this really critical core asset, and to avoid disruptions as we've seen in the past month or so.
Acting City Manager Cole or Treasurer Finch, is there any additional messaging you'd like to provide on any portion of the budget, finances, or revenues, expenditures, or any statements regarding any restricted funds? So cemetery, TIFA, LDFA, EDC, or any additional messaging on the enterprise funds, which Mr. Briggs messaged on earlier?
Absolutely. It's one thing I would like to, direct your attention to specifically is this is our initial draft review of this budget. We have 6 weeks before we will have this in front of you again to adopt it. So please reach out to myself, reach out to Treasurer Finch or the department heads. If you have questions about the budget, please let us know if you have thoughts or questions in any area at all or need further information. I think that department heads have done just a superb job in creating and developing the numbers and the programs for this upcoming year, but they're doing it all while balancing the strategic priorities of the city and the monetary funds that we have available to do them with. So it's nothing short of phenomenal, kind of the balance and the equation that happens to make this budget work. So I certainly want to thank all of them for their hard work, and most of all, Treasurer Finch coming in brand new, about 2 months on the job? So she came right alongside us and helped all the department heads build out the budget. And we couldn't have made this a success without her leadership and guidance through the process. So I'm grateful for that as well. So as we can see, we have some new employees who are already, being active and fully invigorated in the city, and we're looking forward to being able to develop those processes and procedures and kind of finishing those out for the year. In addition to that, if you have any idea or any questions on anything to do with the strategic plan or items you need further information on, we're here for you. So just let us know and we'll get that right to you.
Very good. Treasurer Finch, anything else you'd like to add about any portion of the budget before we open it up for another round of questions?
No, I think that, I think that's, thank you to all of the department heads. They were really fantastic during this process and teaching me about their departments and the way they operate and how they go about approaching their budgets. So appreciate it.
We do have some other staff people in the room. I didn't want to forego or prevent them from providing some obligatory remarks if they wanted to. Clerk Royal, our IT administrator, deputy treasurer, anything you'd like to add at this time? No? All good? Okay. Then I will defer to Councilmember Rice. Councilmember Rice, questions specifically for Mr. Briggs or Director Lambert, or of course we still have the police chief engineer, treasurer, and city manager here as well. You have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Questions related to the incident from last week as it relates to this budget. Where are we with what our insurance covers, what we may need to replace, etc.?
So all of the damage caused by the flood incident last week will be covered by insurance. The one thing that we can't avoid is delays. Briggs and I have been working on kind of evaluating that and figuring out how many days. It's going to be a little bit of time before we know how much of a delay we've experienced, but the damage that was caused will be covered by the insurance. There might be a few things here and there that we realize now that we need to buy in addition, but all of them will be nominal in cost. So I don't anticipate any cost aspect of this other than the days it's going to cost us.
Okay, that makes sense. Same feelings from you. Okay. Has anything else come up since the last we were updated in the city manager's update?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what that was. So we do have some motors that were submerged that we're going to have to figure out whether they need service or not, need any help. A couple of those are new motors with new construction. And, but other than, well, there's actually 3 different motors. But anyway, there's a lot of work that's going to need to be done in the Headworks building. It's not going to be done because of the insurance, because that was a thing that the construction company had a spot where water could get in and things flooded in the basement. So, but that's up to them, I believe, to take care of.
That brings about the question of, is there any additional flood preventative stuff that needs to be added to this project? Or is this kind of a fluke?
Well, part of the problem is that the storm sewers that should be in, or storm manholes that should be in, aren't because of the construction. Because, they're covered up. And as far as the Headworks goes, all that would be covered up for the future. I mean, now that they're aware of it, I'm sure if we are expecting a major storm, they'll take measures to try and prevent that from happening.
Yeah, we've barely dipped into spring, so that's the concern.
This was a major flood event. I think that it's been greater than 50 years since the last time there was this type of flood event in the area.
Well, maybe flood event, but we've had influence in the last, I want to say it was in 20, I don't remember exactly, but within the last 5 years, we had 9 million gallon flow at one point in time, and this wasn't quite that high for an actual total flow, but it came in a very sudden amount. So.
Well, if I may, you can go to any SEMCOG event function, and this is habitually repeated. What we defined a generation ago as a 100-year storm happens about every 10 years now.
Yeah, the media has started to call them generational storms instead of 100-year because it was too hard to calculate statistics. They're just calling them generational now. So, okay, so that's, you know, where my concern was in this budget is that you sort of prepared it before that happened. So, yeah, just, you know, keep us apprised if there's anything new that needs to change there. I had something else that I've completely forgotten, so it clearly wasn't important. I'll get back to you if I
I'm sure we'll have opportunity for one final round of questions once I make one clean pass through the dais. Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Councilmember Harmon, any questions, comments for staff?
No, actually, Councilmember Rice had exactly my question. So, yeah, just making sure that we're planning for capacities for the future, and we're planning for, you know, what is looking like more common occurrence than not. And I, you know, as far as the sewage overflow situation that we had, the incident that we had, does the capacity that we have planned, will it prevent that from happening moving forward?
It will help. I don't know if it will prevent it. The only thing that's really going to prevent high flows like that is more reduction of I&I in the sewer. So whatever we can do to work with the DPW on that, either the storm side or the actual sewer side. I mean, obviously this was a storm event, so somehow stormwater got into the sewer. So.
Anything else, Councilmember Harmon?
And you said we're investigating that, or?
Well, we need to investigate it more thoroughly. I don't think that I don't know if the SSES that we had from a few years ago covered quite this much. It was, to tell you the truth, we discovered something since the construction project started. The old EQ basin that everybody figured was not being used was actually getting used unbeknownst to people. We get high flows come in, and then we get diverted back to that EQ, and then it recirculates back to the head of the plant. So that gave us a little bit of a cushion. That's not there anymore. Right? So we found what used to happen when we had high flows like this, we'd have high flows over several days because that EQ water would keep recirculating, so the flows would look high. Now we have high flows for a day. Everything kind of tapers back in a couple days to normal, but we've had to deal with that high flow come in because there's no place for it to go.
I saw you.
Yeah, if you'd like to make a comment, we welcome it.
I think I can add to that. Part of the sanitary sewer collection master plan is we currently have 5 meters in right now. 3 on West Belt, 1 on Central Belt, and 1 on East Belt. West Belt has been the system that has identified in historic metering events as the highest I&I area, and the most I&Is coming at the plant. I think the Central Belt has a very quick reaction. Central Belt has a lot of houses with footing drains connected. So years ago, your footing drains would go deeper and they'd connect to the sanitary sewer. That was legal for many, many, many years. And Central Belt has a lot of 1950s, 60s homes in it. So you see a big quick, Central Belt's small, the actual district is small, but you see it quick from all those footing drains that are connected coming into the site. But as far as our actual pipes, where we can do something about it, the West Belt has the most demonstrated from past metering events. So that's why we have 3 in West Belt and 1 on the other 2. So this metering event that we're just starting, we want to get data from the wet season, which is April through October. We're hoping to refine our model and refine our capital improvements. Right now, our capital improvement plan, what we told the state of Michigan is we're going to upsize 10,000 linear feet of West Belt, which is probably, I don't know, maybe a $30 million bill. I mean, something we cannot afford. So if we can reduce I&I, as Bill is getting to, on more cost-effective manners, we won't need to upsize the capacity, saving millions of dollars in the long run. So it is something that we are currently refining from our past asset management with actual data with our existing system.
Anything else, Councilmember Harmon?
No, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you very much for the question. Councilmember Lesh, you have an additional 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Just a question to Director Lambert. I'm obviously, I was born in Iowa, so I'm not a pool expert anyway, but Marcite coating in the pool, which I think is pretty common. It's obviously getting to the end of its usable life. At what point will it become critical? Because I understand with the pool chemicals, that's going to be interacting with the cement around it, so.
Yeah, it is deteriorating and probably at a faster rate than it was a couple of years ago because it's just the bottom of the pool breaking down. Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, with the usage, the chemicals, and again, like I said, we're cited again this year from the county.
I'm wondering if we have to bump that up.
Yes, yes.
Anything else, Mr. Lesh? Thank you. Councilmember Seal? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you have 5 minutes?
Thank you. I will ask Acting City Manager, just for protocol so I understand, because it was my understanding that each department head was going to go kind of through their budget. At what point are we going to do that? This was very broad right now. So is there going to be another session that we're going to start talking about specifics?
So the budget that you have in front of you have every single, that was prepared for this meeting, has every single GL line item. So in that, we were hoping that we would talk about what our vision and our future was going forward for this year, and the items that the department heads have placed importance on, and the things that they wanted to speak with you about and ask you for. We were hoping that this would be the time where we reviewed it to ask us any questions that you had about the full detailed budget.
I truthfully, then I think that we have to change the format because we've been here for an hour and a half and we've not talked about one single number. So, I mean, I think that, you know, having these messages from the director and what their priorities are great, but we've got to be able to tie it to a line item and a dollar. And I mean, I'm just trying to figure out right now because, like, as I go through this, I mean, first, when you look at the CIP, I mean, let's be honest, the elephant in the room is $23 million for the rec center over the next 6 years. And, you know, where there's a memo that says, you know, that we have identified, you know, that these things that are in the capital improvement have been funded. And I mean, I just want to understand, you know, where our actual priorities are as far as what we're spending money on and understanding this a little bit more, because I think that we've got some immediate needs. We've got a whole lot of wants, and we've got to find a balance in between. And so understanding what we're going to do here is really going to be a little bit, you know, I think we're going to have to scratch the surface further, for me at least, in understanding this. We've talked about this briefly outside of budgeting, is like the cemetery fund. We're talking about taking a major hit in that fund, but we haven't talked about what's on the other side of that hit. Like, what's going to be left in that fund? Where are we with perpetual care? What's that going to look like in 5 years beyond that, in 10 years? Is there going to be money left? And sort of understanding it and just, you know, trying to understand. I don't understand what a component unit is that's in the capital improvement.
So that would be the different parts of our organization. I guess the technical definition is items that are part of our organization but have a little bit of separation. So, like, if you want to go ahead and list them all off, that would be great.
Of course. Specifically, that would be funds from TIFA, from that Tax Increment Finance Authority capture, excuse me, the LDFA 1 and LDFA 2. Those are different component units that contribute to the funding for projects that are appropriate in those areas.
Okay. It's very confusing for me personally looking at the CIP, because there's a column that says revenue, comma, reserves, comma, fund balance. And it's like, so what is it? That's like the Uptown Green Space project. There's in that column $250,000. So where is those dollars coming from of those three categories? Are we using fund balance to pay for the green space? I mean, I feel like I need to understand this a little bit more. And same with the component units, is sort of understanding, because again, we talk about for the downtown green space, $250,000 coming from that. I just want to make sure that we're using our money wisely. I mean, these are all things that we want, but are we using the right funding sources for them? I mean, we've talked about some things that I'm not quite seeing on here because I think they're in a bigger picture, maybe under City Hall improvements. the council chamber safety. We have talked about these windows now for 2 years, and we've gotten every story under the book as to they're back ordered, they have to be ordered, they have to be installed, they have to. I want to know where these windows are and when exactly they are going to be put in.
They will be coming in on April 11th, and the company will not schedule a date with us to put them in until they are in, because oftentimes, much like a lot of the rest of the equipment that we have here, it will get delayed. So we have a date that it's shipped and expected to ship, but then when it comes to us, it's, a week or 2 or 3. So they do not have the practice of making dates to tell us that they'll come in and install them until they are in-house.
And that is wonderful to hear. Like I said, it's just been, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming. We've got some other safety concerns. We have a roof here that is leaking. It is damaging our building in all different places. That needs to be a first and foremost priority for us right now, is having this roof fixed. We've got some other issues that, I want to make sure that we're looking at. We've talked about it, but we haven't really addressed it anywhere. Our HR department, all of our files need to be digitized and put into some sort of a safe system so that there is no accessing them by people that are not entitled to accessing those files. Paper files are outdated, and there's too much risk involved with them.
I'm gonna stop you there. We're past time, but we'll have time for another round of questions. I gotta hear from everybody here. I've got 7 members to hear from. Councilmember Gearbaugh, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Thank you. Some of the things that are being brought up by Councilmember Dillon and other ones are systemic issues and concerns that are not new to our acting city manager. A number of those issues and things and concerns were related to former employees that are no longer here. So I want to give points to our acting manager that has been working towards a number of these things to resolve it. But my concern is that, and that's why I think when we talk to our new DPW director and other issues, we need to systemically fix things, and it means reorganization, holding people accountable, and addressing things the way that we haven't seen done in many years. And so I want to make sure in this budget that we're seeing those kind of things, and I think we're seeing that being addressed. For me, a couple things that I want to talk about is it's clear that there's revenue needs all over the place. We're not going to solve it by cutting something here and something there. But my biggest concern is that we are capped at 16 mills, and those mills per charter are supposed to be used to do operations. Well, we've decided to make certain things a priority for this community that have to be put to the voters to determine whether or not they want to continue to support them. That means roads, that means the rec center, that means recreation, that means the dam, that means a number of things. So in this budget, where I'm looking at and trying to understand is, do we have recurring resources that are sufficient to cover our operation costs? I'm looking at the sewer fund as an example, and maybe you can answer it. We had a projection of $7.2 million for sewer fees. We're now at 6.6. Where's that $500,000 or that $600,000 going to be made up? And I just learned, and I'll admit it, when we look at transfers that come in from component units and everything, our treasurer made it clear to us that it was not communicated to us that $1.6 million, let me take that again, almost $1.5 million was transferred from general funds to reduce fees for the sewer and the water fund in 2023, or 2023. We talked earlier this year that we need to set aside $1 million or $1.5 million for potential shortfalls related to the sewer fund. I want to make sure that happens. We haven't seen that in our restricted funds. I think we need to talk about that. That'll be another issue. We talked about that 6 months ago when we did the audit, and I don't see it identified as assigned funds for a potential liability that the city may have to, if we can't collect another $600,000 in sewer funds. And this is me saying, and you may be able to correct me on some of these, but my other questions I have, there have been decisions made at the rec center that have cost us money from prior management. We decided to forego fees for teenagers because Planet Fitness decided to offer free memberships, but we provide a pool, a gym, and all that. I don't understand how some of these management things are happening that relate to revenue. our memberships are down significantly from where they were in 2019 and prior to that. So I don't know where that revenue is coming in, even though we talk about, well, we add maybe 50 or 100, that's nothing that's going to cover it. My bigger concern too is that we're providing the idea of this aqua school that's moving more towards a restricted use for the pool and such than making it a public pool for which we're subsidizing. This is the same issue I have with the schools. The schools have taken all the dollars and tax dollars and you can't use their pool. So if we're moving into that type of situation, we need to talk about why are we funding money that doesn't provide a center that provides for all of our taxpayers. But those are some of the questions that I'm bringing up because I'm not looking at simply cutting costs. We need to talk about revenue, but we also have to talk about whether or not we're going to continue things. And so the other concerns that I had in the budget was to look at, there's certain expenses, and I don't necessarily want to get into different line items, but I'll look at the water expense for the rec center. It was $40,000 this year, and yet it's only projected to be $27,000 next year. So some of these numbers I'm trying to understand don't seem to correlate with what our practice has been happening. And not to say that maybe there's reasons behind it, but I know the rec center has never had drops in operational costs. It continues to go up and up and up. So for me, we need to understand where are we going to be able to get this money from our operating millages and any additional millages, because we're going to have to ask for these either in November or sooner.
That was exactly, just about exactly 5 minutes. Do you want to address any of the concerns, questions that Mr. Gearbaugh brought up?
Absolutely.
Please.
One of the things that I want to assure you of is that we have addressed the need to create a fund for the reserve for the liabilities that could happen in water or sewer. Those are capital water and sewer reserve funds. We do have those complete. We didn't include them in the packet. I can see now there was a mistake, so I will make sure to send it out to all of you this evening.
Thank you. But one of the things I want to make sure is that I believe that we're going to have to reserve some of our general funds specifically, not just within the utility funds themselves. So
By holding the reserve in the utility funds where they belong, that inherently does set aside the ability for us to have enough bandwidth where, say this politically correct, where we can transfer money from the general fund if we need to.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Thank you.
Let me ask this question in reference to doing a deeper dive into some of these sections and issues that were brought up this evening. First of all, I know the answer to this, Acting City Manager Cole, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. If people have specific questions or would like analyses on particular sections or line items in the budget, I would assume you'd like those provided in written form, emailed to you and the City Treasurer as soon as possible.
I would love to offer to create a document that takes the things that each of the department heads talked about and pull that out to numbers, and we can tick and tie it and take the A and draw it to the line item that it ties to so that you can find it easier in the budget. No, especially it can be difficult if something's split between water and sewer to be able to find that in each of the corresponding budgets. So we can create that document for you so that you can easily go from the key of what the department heads have asked for and what they've focused our attention on to what is in the budget.
I think that would be very helpful. Maybe the city clerk can assist me on this one. We do not have a work meeting currently scheduled for our next regular meeting date on April the 21st. Is that correct? I'll do a round robin here at the dais, but if there's interest, could you, the treasurer, and some of these key department heads make themselves available for a work meeting, maybe at like 5:30 on April the 21st to do a deeper dive into the budget and some of these restricted funds, again, if there is interest? You're good with that? Yes. Okay, well, let's find out. Again, I'll start with Councilmember Rice. Is there interest in doing that?
When do you need to finalize this budget? What's the date?
We don't need to finalize it until the end of May. By the end of May is when we need to.
I would like to each of us individually schedule some time with whomever we need to schedule some time with. And then maybe at our next council meeting or one thereafter, we can discuss if we still have kind of overarching questions that all of council needs to kind of get back together for a budget meeting. We have a lot of special meetings coming up, and I would like to individually, I think we all have deeper dives we want to do on certain things, and then we can get back together collectively. That's my instinct. I don't think a work meeting in 2 weeks necessarily will help answer my questions more than it would if I just met with a couple of people or shot some questions over email. But then potentially reviewing it one more time before it's due in May.
We do additionally have May 5th available as well, where we can have a work meeting prior.
I was going to ask too, I don't think we've got actually, there's the final Monday in April, the 28th. Could also be scheduled as a special meeting dedicated exclusively to the budget if there's interest. I think that would accommodate or address Councilmember Rice's concern. That would give council members all of the remainder of this week, next week, and then we could have it as a brief discussion on the 21st to see if there's a desire to have a special meeting or a work meeting, excuse me, either on the 28th or at that first meeting.
Yeah, I think I personally would do better if I could just kind of consume this myself, ask some individual questions, and then maybe we could all get back together in a few more weeks. I don't think that's enough turnaround.
Okay.
I think we'll be bombarding the city manager too much between now and then.
That's reasonable. Councilmember Harmount, your thoughts on the matter?
I think that proposal sounds appropriate.
Councilman, the one that's proposed by Councilmember Rice. Very good. Councilmember Lesh?
Actually, on the 21st, the policy committee is meeting at 6 o'clock, so I guess.
So that might present some challenges for, okay, very good. Are you amenable to her suggestion about adding this as a brief discussion item to see where everyone's at on the 21st and maybe having a follow-up meeting on either the 28th or the 5th of May?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. CO?
Personally, I've never felt the need to dive into the numbers in the budget. I think by the time the budget gets to city council, it's been vetted, approved, and thoroughly analyzed by the staff that we've hired to do the job. I think they do a good job of it, and I'm willing to participate with my colleagues in whatever they deem necessary. So if you want to meet on the 28th, I'm available.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
I would rather do this as a meeting because you're talking about now having 1 hour, 2 hour special meeting versus 7 hours of city manager's time to individually meet with someone that's already overscheduled. And I think that just having a public meeting to discuss the budget is an important aspect, that the public needs to understand what we're prioritizing, what we're tabling, and what the real dollars are that we're talking about. I am not available on the 28th for a special meeting, as it was not a calendared event, and so I have other plans and would not be able to be there.
Mr. Gearbaugh?
My hope is that we would focus on the major issues that are going to be impacting us. It's the key aspects. I agree that with Councilmember Seal that the majority of the budget is planned out and determined by our staff and queue on it. But I do look at things and I do see numbers and line items that have me very much concerned, are not new, and we push them down the road too far. So for me, whatever meeting we have has to focus on the bigger issues, not just the individual operations and so forth. So however we want to schedule a meeting, I'm fine moving forward. But we need to have some answers, because even tonight, though, we're approving a work task force or work group for looking at the rec center. It's not supposed to return a report until 90 days, and we need to make a decision before the budget moves forward July 1st. So I think we have some serious issues that we have to discuss, and those need to be prioritized and somehow figured out in that meeting.
Yeah, well, first, as it relates to the Rec Center Sustainability Task Force, I don't think that there's any feasible way, it's regrettable, but I don't think there's any feasible way that that group is going to be able to complete its analysis and thoroughly and objectively evaluate all the options before a 90-day period. I think that's a pretty aggressive schedule, frankly. I agree, though, that there's an overwhelming need or critical need when we regroup, if we regroup, to focus in on the things that have the broadest impact on our budget and directly and unambiguously correlate to our citizens' quality of life. So to me, these are my thoughts, but based at least in part on things that have been articulated from the dais this evening. That would include roads, capital assets, water and sewer, the rec center, and probably parks initiatives a bit more broadly. It appears that the consensus, at least at the moment, is for council members to direct questions and inquiries to the city manager and city treasurer. I would ask that the city clerk make note tonight and add the issue of the 2026 FY 2026 budget as a discussion item at our next regular meeting, which is on the 21st. We can regroup then. That gives folks ample time to either meet with the city manager, staff, or to direct questions and inquiries via email. I suspect at that time there will be a desire to have a subsequent meeting, and based on the availability that was expressed earlier tonight, it seems like doing that at the first regular meeting in May is probably going to be the better option.
We always have a work meeting for the first meeting in May.
What's the topic?
Budget.
Yes, May 5th currently, that first meeting already has a budget work session.
Oh, very good.
As a placeholder.
What time did you?
5:30.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that will probably address then what council is requesting. Okay.
If I could.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to jump to you because we have time for one additional round of questions or comments. So if you'd like 5 minutes, Councilmember Rice, you'll have it, and then everyone will get a chance to speak.
Yeah, I think when we reconvene in our next council meeting, not tonight, but the next council meeting, and we have our discussion, let's come with those big ticket items that we want to talk about in the May meeting. And then, let's try to get our individual nitty-gritty questions done before then, and then we'll discuss those bigger things with the community so that the community has, can see what we're working on. No, I'm looking forward. I'm going to be part of the rec center task force, so I think I'm going to hold my questions until that group convenes. I have very similar concerns to my colleague, Mr. Gearbaugh. I think that there's a lot of work that we need to do to try to figure out how to fund the things that are needed, because they're needed, and I know they're needed, and I know that the aquatics center is, our prized possession. But I also, as you know, feel that it's not sustainable. We all agree on that. So looking forward to be part of that group, and so I think I will kind of defer, and I will have some conversations between now and then as well.
Very good. Councilmember Herman, an additional 5 minutes if you'd like it.
No, I'll concede my time.
Very good. Councilmember Lesh?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Seal?
I'm all set.
Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to my point earlier about different people, different priorities. And one of the things that I'm seeing in here, again, is buying EV vehicles for DPW. And we put that in the budget, and nobody ever bought them. And then they decided that they didn't want them. But now I'm seeing them reappear in the capital improvements plan. And so I'm kind of trying to understand, are we going in a way? Are we changing our mind? Things like that. We also have a play structure replacement program, which we're allocating about $50,000 a year to, but yet the romp structure is its own line item of like $300,000. So why is that not part of playground equipment if it's playground equipment?
I think that one thing we need to know is a lot of times we have things in the capital improvement plan as placeholders, and we need them in there if we want to apply for grants, because projects can be qualified as project ready for us to do so. And that's why you'll see sometimes items in the capital improvement plan that don't end up in the budget because we haven't achieved that grant, or we haven't gotten it, or we have hopes that we're going to get a grant for it, so we want to keep it in that capital improvement plan.
In that I understand, and that's fine. I would like to see if there's some way, even if it's on an internal side of a document, that we're asterisking these documents and these line items so that we know, hey, this is only going to happen if the stars align, we win the lottery, and we have the manpower.
So when you look on your capital improvement plan, the last column will say grant. So I think what we really should do is designate within that space whether it is a grant or fund balance use in that last. So we've designated all of the ones that we don't have funding for. In the unfunded, it needs a grant, or we just don't have money for it yet. We don't know where it's going to come from.
Right. Because the other thing that we did not talk about too is as we start moving forward, we have a huge increase in our fire budget that we need to take account for. We've lost our $1.8 million federal allocation for the wastewater treatment plant. We've had several sort of back steps that we're going to really need to look at. How do we fill those holes? And I really want to be mindful because we don't really know what's coming down the pike right now as far as federal or state grants. Grants that we've been promised are, unless we've cashed the check, do we know that we're actually going to get the money at this point? And so I really want to be very, very mindful as we're going through this and honest with ourselves of, okay, this is only going to happen if this happens. And when we put it in there, it's almost sort of like it's a given that we're just going to, okay, it's in there. Maybe it's not going to happen in this 5 years, but maybe the next 5 years. And this is where sort of those somebody's pet project becomes a priority. And it keeps moving forward. And I just want us to be very cognizant about this as we're going through it. We are going to be going through salary increases, staffing changes, and there's going to be a lot of big pieces to our budget that we're going to have to really look at.
Acting City Manager Cole, can we get clarification? I was not working off the same assumption that we know for certain we're not getting the nearly $2 million in direct appropriation for our wastewater treatment plant.
Because we do not know for certain. So that is something that is, kind of been placed on hold. That would be the best way to describe it.
Uncertainty.
Yes.
Very good. Councilmember Gearwell, you have an additional 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Just similar to what Mayor Pro Tem Dillon was saying, I think we need to prepare for the worst and understanding what you've done so far in terms of contingencies and such. I mean, even when we were at CapCon where we were talking with our fellow city council members and such in Lansing, all of them are under the consideration of that we might as well consider that a recession is coming and that we need to address for that. For me, the concerns ends up being what issues or impacts could happen from the Fed side, from the state side, even from our own issues of how we've invested money and are counting on some of the interest returns and some of that type of situation. I know you've done a fantastic job in getting us significant money that we would never have had from your investments and such, but I'm just concerned on how that goes forward and our use of cash and everything else going forward. But for this, I think it's a realization that the last 3 days have just shown what kind of craziness in the markets and everything else. And at this point in time, we want to do all these things, but I know I'm conservative, but I'm becoming more conservative.
Okay. Do you have any additional comments or questions for us?
Thank you so much for all of your notes and questions, and we will work on returning the document to you that has more of a guide so that you can tie expenditures out and revenues out a little bit easier. If you have any questions, please feel free to shoot them my way or my office, working with Treasurer Finch. We'll return those questions to you as soon as possible. And hopefully we can kind of get through this.
Very good. We look forward. Go ahead. Quickly, please.
Would it be possible for you to send all of council, as the mayor does often, some dates and times? Say, I'm open, available, and then we can write back and say, I'll take that time, I'll take that time. Because it's, we don't want to be constantly interrupting your work, but if you could take a better look at your calendar, and with the city treasurer as well, I would think both of you together.
We would love to. In fact, we can even look at hosting some open hours.
That'd be wonderful.
For yourselves, department heads, and for the public.
Very good. Thank you all. Council members are encouraged to reach out to staff. We look forward to revisiting this issue as a discussion item on the 21st, and then likely having a subsequent meeting, work meeting at 5:30 at our first regular meeting in May. If there's no additional business to come before Saline City Council at this work meeting dedicated to the proposed FY26 budget, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn this work meeting at 6:52 p.m. So moved by Gearbo. Was that seconded by Lesh? Thank you, sir. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned. We will start our regular session promptly at 7. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to call this Saline City Council meeting to order. If you'd please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We welcome those of you who are in the audience this evening. There are copies of the agenda on the back table, along with a sign-up sheet and listening devices if you require them. A couple minor modifications were made to the agenda since it was posted last Wednesday afternoon. The Rec Center Task Force memo was added under consent, Beach Court motion was added, and the Earth Day resolution, also under consent, was corrected. Let me first go over the members present, however, before we entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted or amended. So from council, we have council members Gearboss, CO, Rice, Lesh, Harmount, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, and Mayor Morrow. From staff, we have the acting city manager, city clerk, Parks and Rec director, police chief, wastewater treatment superintendent Briggs is in the back, along with city engineer Humphreys. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted unless there are amendments. Moved by CO to approve as submitted. Is there a second? Seconded by Lesh. All those in favor of approving the agenda as submitted signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. There are no absences, so we'll proceed to public comments on agenda items. Under the Open Meeting Act, any person may come forward at this time and make comment or question on an item that appears on the agenda. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Those wishing to speak are requested but not required to state their name and address for the record. Before you begin your comment, please clearly state any specific agenda items you are addressing. Please note, council will not answer questions during this first public comment period. Are there any citizen comments, again, on agenda items? Let me defer to the city clerk. Were there any written comments provided in advance of tonight's meeting in which the individual wanted their remarks read at this time? No. Easy enough. Then we will proceed to the first of two presentations. First up is our annual Parks Commission report. I believe that are you the vice chair? Yes. Very good. Okay. The chair is sick, and so you were gracious enough to adjust your schedule to be here, which we very much appreciate. I know that the Parks and Rec director will also assist if there are comments and questions that are best addressed by her. But we will yield the floor if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and take about 5-10 minutes, and then when you're done, we'll entertain questions from the dais.
All right, well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jill Estrada. I'm the Vice Chair of the Parks Commission. As Mayor Morrow said, Joe Smith, our chair, is unfortunately feeling under the weather today. So I'm filling in for him to give our 2024 annual report. Next, I can sit over here, okay. So here's a brief outline. I will kind of identify our commissioners, present to you the goals that we identified for 2024, a list of some of the accomplishments that we had in 2024 related to those goals, some of the collaborations and partnerships, and then looking ahead to the goals that we've identified for 2025. Next. So for the sake of brevity, I won't go through all of this, but here's a list of our current commissioners. Councilmember Rice is our city council representative, and Director Lambert is our staff liaison, and we meet every third Tuesday of the month to discuss various aspects of the park system, including maintenance, beautification, and potential events or fundraising activities. Next. So the goals identified for 2024 were to enhance volunteer programs and activities within Saline Parks, to connect Saline Parks to Pittsfield and other areas in Washtenaw County, to recognize residential and business properties that work to help Saline be a more beautiful and attractive place, and lastly, to maintain the beauty, safety, accessibility, and health of the parks. Next. So here are some of the accomplishments related to those goals. I'll go through these individually, but for our first goal, I'll talk about the Friends of Saline Parks program. For our second goal, I'll talk about some of the local and regional park meetings that some of our commissioners have attended. For our third goal, I'll talk about the Green Thumb Award. And then lastly, I'll talk about a couple of the projects that we did last year related to maintaining the beauty, safety, accessibility, and health of the parks. So next. So 2024 was the inaugural year for the newly created Friends of Saline Parks program. The purpose of this program is to connect local volunteers with park maintenance, beautification, and fundraising projects. And in its first year, the Friends of Saline Parks recruited about 14 active volunteers. Next. So for our goal of connecting the parks, a few of our park commissioners attended a few regional and local master plan meetings to advocate for Saline Parks and our needs, to identify any potential fundraising opportunities, and to create those connections with neighboring municipalities to work towards connecting Saline Parks with parks in neighboring communities. And our current focus is looking at connecting Curtis Park with Salt Springs Park, and then potentially looking at the feasibility of connecting Salt Springs Park with the Leslie Nehammer Preserve, and then possibly the Grossman property as well. And also looking at, I know a couple of our commissioners have reached out to the railroad to look at connecting the Depot Trail with Mill Pond Park. Next. So in 2024, the Parks Commission collaborated with the Environmental Commission to add a new category to the Green Thumb Award, which was the Native and Sustainable Gardening category. And this category acknowledges and celebrates those who incorporate native plant species into their gardens and who use sustainable gardening practices such as installing rain gardens, using rain barrels, compost bins, and other sustainable practices. And last year, that category received 6 nominations, of which 2 were selected as winners. The residential beautification category received 23 nominations, of which 6 were selected as winners. And the business category received 3 nominations, and all 3 were provided with awards. All 3 of those nominations were kind of unique in their own way. So we selected subcategories for each of those winners. And, oh, this has moved forward. There was a picture of those awards being presented at the, here we go. That's a picture of the awards being presented at the December 2nd council meeting. All right, now next. So a few of the projects that we completed last year. We secured a grant last year through the Washtenaw County Conservation District's School and Community Habitat Grant that will enable us to install a pollinator garden at Risden Park. With the help of some of our Friends of Saline Parks volunteers, we've prepped that garden site last month, and then in early June we will be installing native plants. And we have some ideas for how to engage some of the local school children as well. We also held 2 cleanup days last year. One was at Salt Springs Park to distribute gravel throughout the walking trail, and another cleanup at Risden Park to trim the boxwoods that are around the perimeter and to remove dead plants. All of the commissioners conducted a signage inventory and assessment at each of the parks, and this is being used to create new welcome and rule signs for each of the parks that will provide consistency across the park system. And then lastly, we collaborated with the Arts and Culture Commission to select pieces of artwork that will be displayed at Mill Pond and Salt Springs Parks. Next. So those are a couple of pictures of us prepping the garden site at Risden Park. And then next. So some additional partnerships. We had a few Scouts projects that were implemented, including these pictures are showing a Salt Spring viewing platform that was put in at Salt Springs Park, as well as some bench seating. As I said, we collaborated with the Environmental Commission on not only the Green Thumb Award, but also on some Earth Month activities. And we also had a Saline resident and his son who placed some hummingbird feeders around City Hall. And we're hoping to expand that program this year with the help of the volunteer program. And then looking ahead to our 2025 goals, we We'll continue building on the Friends of the Parks program and engaging new members. We will continue pursuing the connection of Saline parks to Pittsfield and other areas in Washtenaw County. We will continue with the Green Thumb Award program. We have several ideas for how to improve that program this year. And then lastly, on the goal of maintaining the beauty, safety, accessibility, and health of the parks, we will seek to provide recommendations for Mill Pond Park in terms of potential amenities that could be installed at that park. So a group of us, including Councilmember Lesh, Mayor Marl, and Councilmember Rice, will be going on a park tour around Southeast Michigan this Wednesday and next Wednesday to get some ideas for potential park amenities and to talk to those communities about how they funded those amenities. And lastly, we will continue seeking grant funding to install previously identified park amenities. We are currently awaiting final approval of a CARES grant that will fund a few amenities that were previously identified in the master plan. So we're hoping to have those installed later this spring or early summer. So that's it.
That was very thorough. Thank you, Jill. Item number 1, which is continue to build on the Friends of the Saline Parks program and engage new members. I think that ties in very nicely with a budget workshop that City Council just had, because we talked about a number of critical needs. We also recognize that we do not have the bandwidth or the resources to do everything, nor should we expect a government to solve all of our problems, either at a local, state, or federal level. So if people want to get involved in the Friends of the Park program and assist initiatives, new programs, within any of our municipally owned parks, what is the best way for people to reach out apart from attending a Parks Commission meeting?
So there is I believe it's the Parks Commission webpage where there's a link to complete a volunteer interest form. And then that comes to Sunshine and myself, and then we reach out. And they're also added to our newsletter that goes out roughly every month or so that communicates upcoming events, upcoming needs to the new members.
Yeah, very good. I'm sure it's been in the FYI newsletter previously, but with spring upon us, I think it would be great to do some additional messaging on the Friends of the Parks program in the next FYI newsletter. Actually, probably the next FYI newsletters might be a print now, but maybe this one subsequent to that, because I think it's a great program, and if we want to make progress at our municipal parks, we need more than just City of Saline staff and council and parks commissioners. We need private citizens to step up. So I think it's a great initiative, and I appreciate your leadership on that. Councilmember Rice's liaison to the Parks Commission. Is there anything you'd like to add at this time?
No, that was a great summary. I was remiss in not sending my council colleagues our full objectives document, which actually kind of drills down into these goals a little bit more on kind of the ideas that we thought in enhancing, continue building up the Friends of the Park program, doing some yearly recruitment through advertising, creating an activity list and scheduling a calendar of work days, things like that. So I'll send that document to my council colleagues so that you can kind of just see a little bit more on like what our ideas were for doing these top 4 goals, and we would love feedback from council. All of these you'll see when I send this document are tied directly to our strategic plan, or if they're noted as well in our recreation master plan as well. So we were very thorough in thinking about not just what the Parks Commission wants to do, but what the city is trying to achieve as a whole when developing these goals. I will say that, I'm a little biased, but I think the Parks Commission that we have currently and that we've had for the past few years is one of the best commissions upon which I've sat. I think we have folks who are super driven to make a difference in our parks. I think where we could use a little additional help is the buy-in from not only council, but from, obviously we have Director Lambert's buy-in, but buy-in from DPW and our city manager in, tackling some of these things that we've had in parks master plans. I think the parks in the city of Saline are one of the highlights of the cities. I mean, you can't go but a couple of blocks without having a beautiful park to stroll through. So I think we've been focused the last couple of years on really trying to attach these to the city's goals, and I'd love to have a conversation with acting city manager Cole, and then, you know, going into the future with our new city manager, making sure that the Parks Commission, department heads, the community, we're all kind of working together towards the same goals, because some of these things do take funding. I think we have a strong commission right now. Jill has a background in reaching out and getting grants, and you know, I think within the first couple of months that you were on the commission, you got a grant for that pollinator garden. So we're really blessed right now to have those strengths on our Parks Commission, and I think we can translate that over into really being able to tackle some goals for the city.
Very good. Are there any additional questions or comments from the dais? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. The only thing I wanted to add, and I appreciate because I used to sit on the Parks Commission, and each commissioner has sort of a park assigned to them, but our community members use our parks all the time. If you see something that's wrong in our parks, please say something about it. If, you know, whether it's out of dog poop bags, or there's a tree limb down, or there's just vandalism, please report it to the city immediately so it can be dealt with. Relying on our commissioners to do it, it could be that it's not within their cycle time of going into those parks. And so we always want to keep our parks pristine. So please just, like I said, if you see something, say something about it. And always adhere to when our parks are closed, especially Curtis Park.
Thank you. Councilmember Gearbock.
Just a couple of questions. I noticed you're talking mainly about Mill Pond Park, and we're seeing a lot of money going into it. What are the goals for Curtis? That park for me has lost a lot of update and everything for it, especially I think it's the maintenance around the river and those such things. So has that focus been communicated to DPW and so forth?
Well, so for Curtis Park, we have a scout who's working on a project at the dog park to do some enhancements. So he's been meeting with some of the members of the Department of Public Works to add some seating and some other amenities at the dog park. It's something that Director Hoppala and I have been meeting on a regular basis to look at, you know, the future. And I think that's part of acting city, you know, Manager Cole, how we were looking at identifying or having those funds. We talked about that $50,000 kind of placeholder to be able to do some of those smaller projects that need some attention. Curtis is a challenging park because when it floods, you know, it does definitely impact those spaces. So,
yeah, for me, I think Curtis Park is more of a passive park to that degree. I know there's things for that because of the flooding and everything, but I think it's just taking care of it. The $50,000 that we identified, have you identified? I mean, we put that in the budget, I believe, last year. Have we identified how that money's going to be spent, and has it been implemented?
No, it has not been implemented. And we, as park commissioners, you know, and the group, we take a look at that master plan. I think that's the driving force, you know, behind. So some of the grant funding that Jill worked on receiving to put some enhancements, you know, some shade, for example, like Colony Park. We had a lot of feedback when we were having our community input sessions at Colony, just for the need for more shade. So that's one of the items, you know, it's kind of a low-hanging fruit. It's not as expensive, and we were able to get, you know, some CARES dollars provided it gets approved by the school board. But yes, I mean, we're kind of using that 5-year master plan as the document that's giving us the guidance.
I think as the board, maybe representative, I'd like to extend you that if these projects can get your recommendation, that they be brought to us so that we can get them done, make sure they're a priority for our staff, because I know for the last few years we have not seen this investment that we should see in our regular parks, and so I know that $50,000 was supposed to help do that, but if it's not happening, we need to know that and make sure that we place that as an emphasis. The other question I had was, one of the things that we look at is the depot, and I'm from the historical society aspect of it, is the depot and the farm, and how we can make that more advantage as part of the overall park system and value it. So going forward, I'd like to have any kind of concerns, recommendations, or even a kind of a partnership with the Historic Society to figure out how we can leverage those properties better. There's beautiful buildings, outspace, places people can picnic and such, so if we can expand that, that'd be helpful, and whatever the Parks Committee can do for us, we would be welcome to work with them.
Yeah, I think some marketing materials, the joint marketing materials to really get the word out, because between some of the historical sites as well as some of the park amenities, I mean, not everybody knows about the Max Adler Trail, which sits far back in Curtis Park, right? It's a beautiful trail, and we'd love to see more usage, Salt Springs Park, with the new, scout projects that have, come to fruition, and trying to get groups out to visit that and enjoy that, so, yeah.
We have a commissioner now on board who's very keen on like graphic design and things like that. We've discussed making new maps and connecting things, and we've also discussed reaching out to you all as well, because now that the city technically pays that fee of $100 a year, whatever it is, for that trail, making sure that we are adding that into our beautification as well, making sure the stone and the gravel is all taken care of. So we've discussed that as well.
Great, because I know that's part of that, and including the historical districts within the community too, as part of this whole recreational walk and such would be a beneficial piece to it. So thank you.
If I could add just one more, I think one of our big priorities is the signage, between rule signs, identification signs. Our signage has really deteriorated, so that is a focus, for this commission and for the park improvements.
And we have a 2019 wayfinding study that I think needs to be back and revisited, since that was a pre-pandemic thing, so agree. Thank you.
The relatively new sign at Risden is very nice, and I think it's much more low maintenance than some of the other signs that require habitual painting at some of our other municipal parks. So for what it's worth, I think that sign is very attractive, and if you could model that elsewhere, I think it would be phenomenal.
Well, and kudos to DPW for being smart about the dog waste stations and making sure that those are attached. So it's kind of a one-stop shop, and I'm sure Jill would comment on the park usage.
Yeah, I was going to say, as someone who lives right next to Risden Park, I can say that sign has brought so many users to that park. Prior to that sign being installed, I saw maybe one person each year at Risden, and now I think people can identify it as a park, and people have really started using it as such. So even, the simple task of installing a sign has really highlighted that park.
And if you'll notice too, DPW has taken on the task of putting a cement barrier below those signs. One, it just lasts longer, but two, it saves them time in mowing and things like that as well. So they're thinking about these when they put them in.
And if I could mention on that sign, actually the cement's failing underneath it. It's scaling and it's cracked, so it's going to need to be poured again.
Okay, well that was the beta version of putting cement underneath a sign.
Any additional questions, comments? Mr. Lesh?
I just wanted to acknowledge I'm the council liaison to the Arts and Culture Commission, and there is a nice collaboration going on between the parks. We have the ingoing art down by Salt Springs, but also we couldn't do Jazz in the Park without Mill Pond. So, I'm looking to foster communication between our commissions, and I think that's a great place to start. I know environmental for a while was trying to do some things too, so I encourage any of the other commissions to find ways to link in.
Very good. There's nothing further. Thank you both. Jill, we appreciate your time. Look forward to seeing you Wednesday. Thank you again. Acting City Manager Cole, we are going to transition to the Communication Strategic Partnership, which is this presentation is a result of a cooperative effort between staff, some council members, and a local vendor. Do you want to begin? And then correct me if I'm wrong, joining you on the committee was Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, Councilmember Rice, Danica from the building department, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, am I missing somebody else?
I was not a part of it.
Oh, you were not? I'm sorry. Oh, it was you and CO. Yeah, I get my boards and commissions, committees, and task forces confused. My apologies. So Mr. CO, Councilmember Rice, Danica, and I'm missing somebody else?
Myself.
Just yourself, okay.
We had Jackie Martin from the schools as well, didn't we? Or did we not? Oh, no. Sorry, I'm getting mine confused too.
So if you'd like to begin, I know we have Hannah McNaughton here from Metric Marketing. We welcome her this evening. And then before we entertain any questions from my council colleagues, I would welcome remarks from council members CO and Rice, who also served as members of this initiative.
Wonderful.
Please begin.
As Mayor Morrow very correctly stated, as part of the city's of Saline strategic plan, City Council was tasked us with a communications working group to develop a comprehensive communication strategy with the support from a specialist. After issuing a formal bid and carefully vetting all proposals, the group unanimously recommended Metric Marketing as the most strategic and community-aligned partner. Metric brings both deep marketing expertise and a strong local presence. They understand Saline not just from a business lens, but from a community one. Throughout the bidding process, it also became very clear that one of our greatest communication challenges is translating our government white paper language into something that is clear, engaging, and accessible for all residents to use and understand. Metric excels in that space, and thanks to their broad client base and proven ability to tell complex stories simply and powerfully, we are excited. We'd like to welcome Hannah McNaughton and Alex Bomarito from Metric Marketing, who are here tonight to share their approach and vision for supporting Saline's communication future.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. As Al said, I'm Hannah, so I'm the founder and CEO of Metric Marketing, and I'm here to talk to you today about upgrading the digital four corners of Saline. So you can go ahead and advance. So as Saline residents, we are all very familiar with the town's four corners. On an average of 20,000, I think that's a very low average, number of vehicles go through the area of town each day, but they're mainly doing that, they're just passing through. But when we look online and think about the four corners that we hold in the digital realm, Saline's website receives 500 to 1,000 is actually a very low number of visitors per day. It's actually closer to about 2,000 visitors per day on average. And that's just the website. There are so many other places where people interact with the city of Saline and its businesses and its residents online, and they're not just passing through. When they're doing that, they're looking to actually engage with the city and find answers to their questions and make decisions about the city based on their experience. So where do people find information about the city currently and its events, its policies, and its governance? As we can see here, roughly about 90% of information about the city and what is going on within the city is found online. And the people who are looking for that kind of information can be anyone from a city resident to someone who's interested in becoming a resident, a news reporter. But really what we need to look at is the largest locations where people are looking for information and finding information are through Google, search engines, but really Google. Google has the market share of search in the US. Over 90% of searches that occur are in Google, followed by social media, and then finally followed by the city website itself. So the thing is that eventually, you know, they come to one of these places, but the problem is that Saline currently has no formulated or executed digital strategy. Saline's four corners, thankfully they don't look like this, but online they really need some repair. And while it might sound like something that is removed from the inner workings of the city's online presence is really a form of public works. So public works, obviously their infrastructure and services, they're foundational to the city's daily life and long-term development. So while traditional public works are primarily focused on physical and operational infrastructure, our web presence is digital infrastructure, and it's a form of outreach and service delivery. So just like a city can not ignore crumbling roads or buckling sidewalks, the city of Saline also cannot ignore their online presence any longer. So for these reasons, the city put out an RFP and invited us to submit a proposal because this is what we specialize in. So what does it look like to repair Saline's digital four corners? We have a lot of things listed here, but really all that it comes down to is establishing a communication plan, both internally within the city and externally with the community. There are a lot of different pieces of this, from modernizing branding to working on internal communication so that within the city, everyone has the information that they need of anything that's going on in a really effective and efficient way, and that can be communicated out to the community as well as possible. So that's through social media channels, that's through engagement on the website, making sure that the navigation on the website is as effective as it can be, and that people can find what they're looking for in a really easy to understand way. What does success look like at the end of this project? At the end of the day, we're really focusing again on ensuring that communication can effectively and efficiently flow between the city and the community. So we're aiming to increase increase trust and engagement with community members, which we will be measuring. Our name is Metric, and that is because we are very focused on data. We're focused on understanding what works, what doesn't work, and making sure that we're reporting on that so that the council can make great decisions, so that the city can make great decisions about what to continue to do. And then finally, empowering the city staff with tools, training, and communication protocols so that they're not reliant on us or any external company to be able to continue to do this. While digital marketing as a whole is something that is a very specialized service, there are a lot of things that we can set up and teach so that we don't have to be involved forever. Why are we even here? Just a little bit of information about us, which I'm not going to go through and read all of this, but we're experts in increasing visibility online. We're thought leaders in digital marketing. Our team and myself are keynote speakers in Forbes, Inc. PBS just came and shot a documentary on us. We recently just received an award from Inc. actually as one of the fastest growing companies in the Midwest for the third year in a row. And on top of that, we're very established in Saline as well, which is just, I think, an additional perk of all of this is the fact that we are very interested in the continued success of Saline as a community. My 2 kids graduated from high school here. I have business here, another business that we're starting here, live in the community, and it's a very important thing to me to help to make sure that this community continues to be successful, not only for myself, but for everyone in it. We can go through the rest of these too, just some of the kind of businesses that we've trained and the Inc. awards we recently received. And so finally, these are the kind of results that we get for clients, if anyone is wondering what the kind of thing that we do looks like. So we are, again, experts at getting people found online. That's part of what we're going to be doing with the city, but as an example, we take websites and businesses who maybe have no online traction, they're not showing up for any sorts of terms in Google, and we help them rank for more and more keywords that are related to the things that people are searching for. So where Saline falls in that is really anything that's going on in the city of Saline, any events, any stores that are here, those sorts of things. So that's not necessarily everything that we're going to be working on primarily through this engagement, but we're definitely setting up the foundation for Saline to be able to rank well and for more and more people to find out about how amazing Saline is as a city. And then finally, what does the investment for this look like? The investment is a 10-year, and it's a 10-month engagement. 10 years would be a little bit too long. 10-month engagement with really most of it front-loaded for the first 8 months. So by the time that we're at the end of the year, most of the work is going to be completed, the bulk of the project. The last 2 months of the project is a lot of support, training, education, making sure that everyone that we've worked with is set up to be able to take over everything that we've done. The other thing to note is there's no long-term agreement required here. As we're working together, if plans or priorities change, or if we're not meeting the expectations of the city or council, the agreement can be canceled. So we're personally, very thankful and interested in being able to work with Saline through this project, and would like to do everything that we can on our end to make it a great experience for everyone involved. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Hannah, thank you very much. Let me defer first to Councilmember Rice as a member of the working group. Is there anything you'd like to add at this time?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for that presentation. I apologize that I wasn't there last week while you all were discussing this. So a couple of things about myself, as you all know, that I'm a communicator. I've been in government communications for 13 years now. So I know that this is a new venture going more toward government communications for your organization, but I think with the background that you all have over the last 10 years, I think transitioning to that's going to be super easy for you. I always try to tell my colleagues in government, you're still marketing yourself. You're still marketing your content. You're marketing your services. You're marketing your information. So it translates very easily. I'm really kind of excited, selfishly, that I'm going to be, hopefully continuing marketing as a liaison for this and be able to help you all in a volunteer capacity, however I can. One of the things that I know will jump out to my council colleagues is the cost. And the cost for these services is far lower than the market rate for hiring a communications consultant or hiring another communications staff person. And I believe with the staff that we have here at the city, and with some of the additional changes that we're looking to make here in the city, working side by side with Metric Marketing over the next 10 months or however long we see fit is also a training opportunity for city staff. So if you think about this as also, there's training money built into this for our PR generalist, for our IT director, things like that, as they'll be working together hand in hand as they teach them these types of new tools that we'll be able to use, and as that we go forward in a strategic plan for communications. So though those numbers look very large, if you break them down between the services rendered, the training that's going to be in there, the tools that folks will start to then use, it's really quite the deal. So I just wanted to explain that to you, that we have looked into those types of things, and if we broke them down into kind of segmented things, we want to pay for this for a strategic plan, we want to pay for this for new, ROI, new Google search engine marketing, we want to do that. It would be much more expensive than this would be. So I think I thank the city manager for really looking kind of deeply at that. We did have other bids that did not cover all of these things, but when we really laid it out and looked at it, the things that were missing were things like the extra trainings and things like that were built into this bid. And it stuck out like a sore thumb to me in a good way, not pejoratively, their proposal to us. So happy to answer any additional questions from sort of that perspective from council.
Very good. Councilmember Seo is another member of the working group. Is there anything you'd like to add at this time?
First, I add my appreciation for the work you've done on behalf of the city and with the city.
Very good. Acting City Manager Cole, it's my understanding that this would be an enumerated action item at our subsequent meeting on April the 21st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So obviously we're going to give folks the opportunity this evening to address questions and concerns either to you, our guest, or our two council liaisons, but we will consider it in 2 weeks' time for formal action.
That's correct.
Very good. Are there questions from the dais for either staff, members of our working committee, or our guests, Hannah McNaughton? Councilmember Harmont, you may begin.
Yeah, hi. I had some experience in e-commerce. So usually in the private sector, it's based on return on investment of sales, clicks, and that's ROI. So six figures is a lot to digest as far as the cost for something that's not a revenue generating item. So I'd like to understand what specific KPI are we going to be measuring, or what can we anticipate getting report outs on, and then what is the guarantee for performance for that cost? And then I got a third question. So we do have a lot of transition with positions. So is there going to be sustained training? So if the person transitions outside of the city, is there something that we're going to have that will be sustaining? Not just for the individual that's going to be trained, but moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with the end, work my way back. So as far as training is concerned, everything that we're doing is going to be documented. And so that's really important to us through the process, so that anything that we're doing can easily be, handed off to someone else. We're always going to be available, for additional, support if necessary. But really what this is focusing on is, again, making sure that by the time that we leave this engagement, that whoever's in the position is able to take this over. As far as ROI, I completely understand what you're saying. This engagement is not necessarily fully focused on ROI generating activities. As a digital marketing agency, we typically would be focusing on how do we get the city ranked as quickly as possible for the types of activities and things that are going on here in order to bring more revenue generation into the city. Part of that requires that we have the communication pieces in place first, and that's really what's missing from the city in a lot of these pieces. And so it's all of the foundational groundwork that has to be built. Just having consistent messaging for everyone within the city to understand, what is that messaging, and when you're talking to someone within the community, how do we communicate what's going on? What is the messaging that's coming from the city that everyone is within understands, and then can communicate out to every, the community. As we finish those pieces, we're going to be focusing on things like building out social media profiles, tracking things like engagement within those profiles, as well as the trust and the conversations that are happening within there. There are a lot of tools to do that. And then finally, we are going to be looking at the website as well. So how is engagement on the website? Are people engaging with it more or less than they were? Are they finding the things that they weren't finding before? So there's a lot that we can do from a tracking standpoint as far as being able to see if the people that are engaging with the website are frustrated, or are they finding what they're looking for. And one of the biggest goals of this is to build trust with the community and to make sure that they're provided with the information that they're looking for. So as much as I would like to say, yes, this is going to optimize, the website for all of these different terms and keywords, that is a much bigger engagement. Right now, it's all about setting the foundation so that then the people who are put into those positions to be able to do the things that we're teaching them can continue with that work in the future.
Do you have a example of a performance like a dashboard that you provided to other clients that you've had to show, are we being effective? I mean, you put out a communication, but what are you going to give us to tell us are you going to have Google Analytics embedded? Or are you going to be able to tell us what our bounce rates are? Yes. Those are the sort of things you're going to communicate? Yeah, exactly. And so without having gotten into all of the systems deeply so far, I'm not sure where all the problems lie, but we are going to be setting up Google Analytics, which is essentially a tool that's from Google, that's free, that tells you how humans are using your site. So it tells you things like, are they coming to the site? Are they leaving within 5 seconds? Are they going to another page? Are they looking around? We're also going to be setting up Google Search Console, which is the other side of that, which tells us how search engines use the site. So that tells us a lot of information about, do they actually understand what the city is communicating? Say that we have 1,000 pages that are on the city website, and only 100 of them are showing up in Google for some reason. It'll tell us that kind of thing too, so it'll tell us about technical issues, and so we're going to be solving those technical issues to make sure that we're setting up the site to be able to rank well. But yeah, in the website itself, there's a lot of tracking absolutely that's going to go into it, as well as on the social media platforms as well. So we want to be able to set up a space in social media where the city can effectively communicate with the community as well. Right now, there are social media groups that people are very active in, and that's not a bad thing. I think that's a really great thing. But we also need to make sure that there's a place where, within social media, where they can find information directly from the city and not necessarily hearsay from one another. And so that's also going to be a big focus too.
Anything else, Councilmember Harmon?
No, I just look forward to seeing the examples for the dashboard.
Very good. Councilmember Gearbaugh.
For me, I mean, I've been involved where we've had large communication departments and how all that played out. And you're right, we can spend millions of dollars on communication to achieve it. For me, is the process that the idea is that you're going to build us a structure, evaluate what we currently have. It's not about messaging as much as it is about the process and developing the tools.
Yes, correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. So there's a lot of information out there, I think, from the city that maybe is not all consistent. And so part of that is getting everything consistent first, and examining the structures that are there, seeing if they're the most efficient and effective, because technology has changed substantially. It continues to change very quickly. And so making sure that the systems of communication within the city as well as externally with the community are as effective as possible.
And so with this creation, I mean, for me, the concern ends up being time commitment from staff. So even though you may be able to develop these tools and things, not only do we have issues with content management, but just keeping it updated and so forth. How will this achieve that with the most effective way of using our staff time or not having staff just simply ignore it.
Right, yes, and I think that's definitely something that should be a concern. Technology can easily suck up a lot of your time, and so our goal is to make sure that it's decreasing time. From our initial conversations, a lot of the communication that is done is really not as efficient as it could be. And so our goal really is to make it so that if you update one thing in one place, it gets sent out to 10 other places, right? So that you're not having to work through many different systems, but one system to be able to get all the information out that you need.
And then you'll be providing clear deliverables to which we can, as council members or even our manager, can assess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we within the proposal we did put together a timeline with deliverables. So I'm sure you can see that as well. The timeline of what deliverables are expected by when.
My one and just observation, because I've been in this position for over 20 years, this is about the third initiative in evaluating either the communication tools, our website, our social media, and it either ends up being just the city or it tries to end up being the chamber and Saline Main Street and all of this. How are we going to leverage this to basically help support the entire community, or is this just a plan for our city?
Yeah, so it's setting up the foundation for the community is the best way that I can explain it. It's focused on the city. It's really focused on making sure that the city has the tools necessary to communicate with the community, but that in turn does serve the community. And by setting up that foundation to be able to rank well, to be able to communicate well, it then enables people from the community, whether they're immediate within the community or external, to be able to then interact in those conversations with the city that sometimes aren't happening currently.
And then lastly, will you be evaluating not only our tool or our website and how we use it or what platform we're using, but also calendaring, scheduling, our communication through our minutes and Granicus and all of those things?
That hasn't been we've talked about a lot of different things. That hasn't been, I would say, part of like a specific part of the discussion. I'm sure that it's something that will come up as we're working together, as we're digging into all the different things that we need to look at. But again, I'm sure that's something that can be discussed.
Because that is one of the most concerns that we do have come back from our community, that they cannot find the right information at the right time, whether it's our minutes, documentation,
right.
And some of those.
Yes, you're talking about online. Yes.
And actually the ability to get to them quickly as part of our overall communication.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
No
yes,
problem.
Absolutely, and I actually ran into that. When I was looking for information about the city council meeting and what was the agenda and things like that, I went through multiple pages on the website and finally ended in a dead end. And so it showed me that again, I think we already know that there are ways that we can improve in a lot of different areas. But yes, I found some personal experience in what you're talking about right there.
And so potentially there may be another tail end of this for our budget concerns and needs going forward in order to replace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think that the thing is like I was saying, this isn't literally everything forever. This is about setting up the foundation to make sure that the website is functioning properly. We're going to be auditing the website and seeing what are those issues that people are running into, fixing what we can, but we're also going to be making recommendations of what does the next step forward look like in order to continue to grow into the future of technology here in Saline.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Additional questions, Council or Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. So thank you very much for your time and being here tonight. So my question sort of stems, there's a couple different aspects. So are you looking beyond digital? The city has other platforms of things. We do still do print documents. We have text messaging. We have lots of different aspects. So are you looking at that in the aspect of not just the consumer looking for information, but the reverse of direct to consumer?
Yes.
So, because I mean, I think that's where we're really struggling right now, of making sure that the information actually gets to the people.
Right, yes, yes, I agree with you. As much as I would like to just, go focus on the digital, there's a communication problem. And so communications overall is where we're starting, is do we have everything that we need in order to communicate effectively? And that can be, just like what was mentioned, from the previous presentation, is there are marketing materials that need to be created, things like that. And so it's hard to do that if you don't have templates, if you don't have guidelines, if you don't have all the brand guidelines. And so we're starting really from that beginning area of what does the city even look like, and how do we communicate with people, and what are all the different ways and areas that we communicate. And so that definitely does step into offline. A lot of what we're going to be looking at and creating is, again, not literally everything, but we're going to be working with the city to understand what needs to be created, what kind of things need to be templated, what sort of designs need to be built out, and then working with the city to update things as necessary.
I appreciate that. And I think, as Mr. Gearbaugh mentioned, I mean, you've got a big task ahead of you, but there's a really heavy lift on our part that we've got to have the content available. And I mean, that means overhauling websites and things like that. And that's where I'm a little concerned on what it's going to require of our staff, of, you know, and what that time frame is going to look like to do this. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, and maybe it's part of your bigger proposal that we haven't seen, of just sort of what those baby step like metrics are going to look like to get us to it. Okay, in 3 months you should expect to be at this point, and with a time commitment of X for staff and things like that, so that we can plan ahead. Because, I mean, we've done these things before. We created a whole new website, yet nobody really owns updating it. And so you spend all of this time creating something that you're not going to be able to search, because when you search it, it's going to probably have inaccurate information. And so kind of understanding what that's going to look like for us, and kind of understanding what that commitment's going to be is really where I'm kind of fearful of jumping off the ledge, is understanding, because you know what you have to do. I'm not sure that we're ready to handle what we have to do. And so kind of understanding, I'm a little concerned about that. The other big aspect of communication for me, first and foremost, is this city needs to have an effective safety mechanism for contacting the entire population. It was unbelievable the other day at how much misinformation was out there when the fire sirens went off. And it's like, is it a tornado? Is it a warning? Is it a test? What's going on? And it was a real eye-opener that we do not have a consistent safety protocol of getting information out immediately. And that's like where I would like to be the starting point of any kind of communication plan.
So if I may, we actually removed that from this proposal because we would like to do that separate. That takes a different set of skills, this risk and safety communication. So we're gonna segment that off into a different group, and the city manager may have more to say about this, but we wanted to focus on for this proposal, really looking at that interaction with the community kind of as a whole, and then being able to narrow down separately into safety and risk, because those are kind of two different things. And I think if we do them both at the same time, it's too much. So we're gonna have a different group working on that while simultaneously working on this. And then we'll be able to incorporate some of these tools once they're built into that. But we're gonna have the police chief and the city manager looking more intricately at safety communications, because those are kind of two different beasts. Once we started breaking it down, like you said, it's a lot when you talk about communications. So to separate those out, I think made it a little bit more, everybody kind of did this when we were like, okay, let's separate those two things out. They can focus on this and we'll focus on safety and risk.
Thank you. I mean, the only thing that I would have to add to that, because it was a beautiful explanation from our communication expert, is that with this, it will allow us to get some of those processes into place faster. The amount of work that we're going to do with metric marketing is going to take quite some time to accomplish in about 9 months to get finished. So with being able to work in parallel on finding that solution for the community, we already have 3 different platforms that we've tried in the past. So I'm working with Chief Rassick, and we're going to be evaluating some better options for us, and hopefully be able to move with that pretty fast.
Additional questions from the dais? Hannah, thank you very much. It's been noted ad nauseum over probably the last 6 months to 2 years that we are lacking a cohesive communication strategy, which, if one were in place, not only would this organization benefit, but our citizens as well. So I'm glad that our communications team has put so much time and effort into this initiative. I'm very pleased that a great Saline-based business has applied and is being recommended for the RFP. Much like my other colleagues, I look forward to doing a deeper dive into your proposal and considering it as an action item in 2 weeks' time on April the 21st. Do you have anything you'd like to add before we dismiss you this evening?
Just, like I said, I'm very honored to be here and, thankful to work with all of you and with the city. It's a place that I've chosen as my home for a good reason. It's because I believe in the city and what it has to offer. And so, through doing this, it's something that I hope to help other people also be able to understand that as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time this evening. Have a great night. We're going to proceed to the consent agenda. The following consent agenda will normally be adopted without discussion. However, at the request of any citizen or council member, any item may be removed from the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to remove 2562 and 2564.
Was staff notified of these requests before tonight's meeting?
Yes.
Well,
I take back on 2564, I have a decision, a question that came up after I saw it.
So what are the numbers again?
2562 and 2564.
Okay, so those will be the first items under new business. Mr. CEO, would you like to make a motion then to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Was that seconded by Lesh?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended, notifying those two removals, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We come first to business item 25-62. This is a motion to approve the appointment of James Delorco to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is there a motion?
Motions to approve.
Moved by Rice to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Lesh. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Gearbaugh.
Just a statement. I take my oath of office very seriously, and it's important that while the public may elect individuals, I feel that because of experience and understanding, I cannot support this nomination by the mayor. Past behaviors and knowledge and impacts that have affected our staff, the loss of a city police chief, and other activities, I believe that this individual will not serve as we need to in this community and at this point in time.
Is there additional discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. Just for clarification, ZBA currently has 2 alternates. Is there a reason why they are not being elevated into the vacancy?
They were recruited and appointed specifically to be alternates to that board.
And were they asked if they would like to take on a leadership role of sitting at the dais?
When they were recruited and appointed to that board, it was specific that they would be retaining their positions as alternates.
But was it, you did not ask them if they wanted to take on that role?
No, I did not. When they were appointed, we discussed them remaining in the role as alternate in perpetuity.
It seems like that's an odd place for someone to sit, as just in waiting as an alternate.
Some people prefer that role because it's not as much of a time commitment as a regular voting member.
It does not seem as though seems as though that shouldn't be the way that it works. It should be an alternate moves into a regular seated position.
Well, if that's the direction you want to go, then I would recommend that you advance some changes to the bylaws that mandate that. That's not what the bylaws for the Zoning Board of Appeals state. That's not a requirement. Let me just say that I put a great deal of time and energy into appointments to boards and commissions. Unlike my predecessors, current board members or current board applicants, have to go through a background check and have to be interviewed by me. I either meet with them in person or by the phone to identify whether they have the skill set and strength to serve in the position that they're seeking. The individual that I'm recommending be appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals, I thought served very well on City Council for 4 years. No one is perfect. We all make mistakes, but I judge the record based on its totality and nothing less than its totality. And I have no doubt that he will serve with ability and take his role seriously and be fair-minded and objective, in the deliberations that he considers before the Zoning Board of Appeals. Ergo, I presented the appointment for your consideration this evening. Councilmember Rice.
I would also like to thank Mr. Del Orco for wanting to come back and participate in the city. I know that you had took a personal leave from your time at council, and to have you come back and say that you want to, provide additional, volunteerism for our community, I think is wonderful. So I'm happy to see you back. I missed you.
Mr. Seal.
I too was heartened by Mr. Del Orco's willingness to return to city service in this role. So I'd vote in favor of his nomination.
Any additional discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon.
Thank you. Just for clarification, were there other applicants for this position?
I don't believe there were.
And how long was it posted?
How long was it posted?
Yes, the vacancy.
We don't post specific board vacancies.
Was it advertised for an X amount of period of time that there was a vacancy on the Zoning Board of Appeals?
I mean, there have been multiple, as you're well aware, there's been multiple posts made online on social media of board and commission vacancies, encouraging people to apply for the better part of 6 to 8 months.
I ask this because in the past I've asked that we have a more formalized process, that we open an application period and we have a close date, and then we take all of those applicants and they are assessed at one time. Taking one person because they were either the first one in or quasi the only one that applied, I don't think is doing a service to the position.
Any additional discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the appointment of James Del Orco to the Zoning Board of Appeals signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, the motion carries 5-2. Thank you. We move on to new business item 25-64, Saline River Valley Trail Design Engineering Change Order. This will be a motion to approve the Spicer Group proposal dated February the 13th, 2025 for additional design services associated with the Saline River Valley Trail.
Move to acknowledge.
Second.
Moved by Dillon, seconded by Gearbuck to acknowledge. I believe it was stated that the concern was raised earlier to staff, so who'd like to begin?
My question, and I apologize to our acting city manager. My question, when I noticed this, when we talked about it, it was a change order, but it's an additional $48,000. Is this additional work that we're going to expand, and where is this $48,000 coming from?
So this additional amount is to extend and maximize the amount of trail that we can get with the grant. So it's additional grant funding that we can get. And as far as the direct pathways that are impacted, City Engineer Humphreys, would you mind coming up and explain the different pathways that we were able to add with this?
So we received the SEMCOG grant, about $800,000, the Connecting Communities grant. The original design proposal included, and I'm going to get the numbers wrong because I don't have it right in front of me, but let's say 3,000 linear feet of new path. We finished up the original design and realized, we still have some design or construction funds left. So the path, we added the loop in Milton, like around and I believe I put a picture of it in the.
You did.
Okay, yes. So basically, the pathway, the original design dollars took it all along the wood forest, and the additional design dollars are doing that additional loop. So wetland permits that were required, the SHPO things that were required after we got an initial design. So that's what all this work is done.
So all this funding is going to come out of that grant, so there won't be additional dollars coming out of our general fund sources for this?
This is money that was budgeted for this year's general fund.
So no additional money.
That's correct.
Not only we're spending $48,000 for design fees, but the actual construction costs will not be an additional hit to the general fund.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Additional questions? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. So in looking at this, it does look as though Spicer, I had thought originally they were doing some engineering work, but are they planting trees and such for us on our behalf?
I believe you're probably reading, and it's all engineering work related. Now, this is probably the development of the specification for the native plantings. One of the major design goals for this pathway through Millpond Park, besides providing access to our critical sanitary sewer, was to not increase maintenance requirements like mowing and such. So it's following the wood ridge, but the intent is to mow it only on the riverside and leave it with natural plantings and such along the native side. So development of the specification, the landscape architect that's required, that's the cost that you're seeing in there. It's extra special because this is funding that we got through the Fed, so we have to bid this through MDOT. That's how we're getting our money. We're doing it as what's called a local agency project, and when we bid projects, so basically we're putting a pathway project through the MDOT letting system with MDOT's bid specs. So you can imagine they don't have a special provision or a spec for planting, so that had to be developed, if you will. So that was some of the costs that you're seeing from our engineering. It's all engineering costs. No, they are not doing any of the plantings. The contractor that will be hired will be required to do the plantings in accordance with the spec that has been developed.
Okay. And then we're putting a path along the river. I mean, I feel like we're kind of talking out both sides of our mouth of, oh, we're going to rehab the, we're going to get rid of the pond, but now we're putting a path right around the pond and such. So, I mean, is this a good long-term investment for us?
We're following the ridge line, so there's not, none of this path was in the floodway or you're talking about the very north end, where it's following from the north of the dog park. So that's where the impoundment is at its narrowest. So that potential, that's the part of the pathway that is, I guess, most at risk if we were to do something with the dam, in the sense that the river would get narrower there, but very slightly. We're on the very northern end of where the path actually is adjacent to the river. If you recall, years ago, this was called the Riverwalk. We've renamed it to Saline River Valley Phase 1. The intent being, this is the first phase of following the Saline River Valley to get a multi-use trail from the south side of the city all the way up to the north side, kind of in conjunction with what parks we're talking about earlier. We would love to ultimately get up to Textile Road and connect the city of Saline's multi-use path to to Pittsfield Townships. Pittsfield Township has plans to ultimately get to the border-to-border trail. The border-to-border trail goes from Washington County to Livingston County. So I think the long term, that's why this is Saline River Valley Phase 1. Mill Pond Park is Phase 1. North of Mill Pond is the, to the water plant up to Waterworks. South of Mill Pond is Curtis Park to Salt Springs Park. So that's all in the Saline River Valley, kind of the north-south route we have in mind to get from the south side of town to the north side of town over the east side of town.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Now, is this also going to be a path that you can drive a vehicle on? Can DPW traverse it with a car?
Yes, it is designed as such. This is a 10-foot wide road with 8 inches of ag base, a geotech fabric in it, and 4 inches of bit. So it is basically a road design, and it's needed to be that thick, for one, to allow, yes, our Vector trucks on it, and two, if anybody who's been to Mill Pond anytime after it's rained, the subsurface is not ideal for construction of a road. So that's where the geotech, that's where this thicker cross-section is coming in to play because of the existing material or the soil type that we're building on.
And will all of this be plowed every year, anytime there's a weather event?
It is my understanding that yes, that is the intent. Is that, but there's as we add more path, that is something we need to take into account the life cycle costs. It's on average every capital investment you make, you have to invest 40% of that original capital investment to maintain that asset over the life of the asset. So as we keep adding pathway, that is something we need to consider. You're absolutely correct.
And the other question is, would it be more advantageous for us, instead of to add more pathway at this point, to better enhance the original pathway, lighting, other amenities on that original pathway?
So you're saying, so the lighting, we have an estimate to light the pathway, and it's more expensive than the money we have left. So you're correct. The pathway that we're proposing right now does not come with lighting. You're pushing out my memory now exactly what the lighting was, but I want to say that was closer to $500,000, and this additional path was closer to $200,000. So I guess that's the lighting, specifically with the lighting, that's my answer to that.
So just to clarify, what is $200,000? This additional dog leg is $200,000. It's not $46,000, $48,000?
That's the construction cost. So the what you're looking at there is the design cost associated with it.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of bit reservations about putting more money into this right now. It's making me nervous as to we can design it now and then look for a funding source later. Is that what we're doing, or
No,
we're gonna?
It's in the current design that's going out. I mean, we could pull the project and we would lose our funding at that point because we have to have the project obligated by this fall.
So how much money do we have to spend right now? For me, I was thinking we had $50,000 left and we're just looking to burn it. Do we have more than that we need to put off?
50,000, this current change order is to fulfill the design of the project.
But then we don't have funding to actually build the project.
We have $800,000, so we don't have any outside funding for design. We have $1 million in outside funding for construction.
And how much of that is being used on the original pathway?
So the original design pathway came in at about $700,000.
Okay.
So that's why we added the additional scope so we could fully use our grant funds.
And we can't do lighting for any of the money that we have left and just take it as far as it goes to start with? I'm just always afraid that, we sort of build it, when are we going to get to the lighting? Lighting is going to be a key aspect of this pathway over there. It's going to be very dark on the side of a hillside. And I mean, if we want it to be a usable trail, and a safe trail, I think lighting is going to be a huge aspect of it. And so I want to make sure that the primary trail is checking all the boxes that we want before we start building offshoots to it.
So I agree with you. It's dark. I've ran it at night. It's definitely a dark. It definitely gets dark, especially in the wintertime when it's 5:30 at night. And I guess the direction to myself when we started this was lighting. That was something we're going to get a cost estimate for and look into later. We didn't have funding for it. If you go back to my original recommendations on this project, it was to. Anyways, never mind.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rice.
Two additional pieces of insight from a Parks Commissioner perspective. One, parks are closed from dusk till dawn currently. When we get to the point, I think, where we have more of a non-motorized path system that goes through the city of Saline that connects things, I think that's when maybe we'll start having conversations about whether they're lighted paths and whether or not the parks are open in those areas where the paths are lighted. I think right now, spending the money to light a pathway through Mill Pond is fairly inefficient until we get those pathways all connected. Once we get those pathways all connected, there could be an entire lighting plan that we could apply for a grant for that will light all of those pathways. But right now, this is kind of one of those, this is the beginning of non-motorized pathways that connect parks in the city of Saline, and we've got this money, so let's make, the best pathway that we can and show the value of then, okay, let's move to the next pathway, let's move to the next pathway. As for this extension, we talked about this at Parks Commission. This is in response to a lot that we get about folks who want to utilize that dog park. This extension goes directly in front of that dog park, so people can bring their strollers and their kids and their bikes and all that toward the dog park on a path. So this will go right in front of that gate for the dog park. So that was kind of part of that discussion when Tesha brought this to us. We're like, that's great because that connects right in front of the dog park, and we've been asked that a number of times. So what you're saying is completely valid about lighting pathways. I just don't think we're there yet in that need, because this isn't really a connecting pathway, and quite frankly, no one should be riding their bicycle through it at night quite yet anyway, because we're not prepared for our parks to be open overnight yet. We don't have the security in place. That's a whole other parks conversation that we need to have about lighting in the dark.
But our parks are open at night, and they are used. Mill Pond Park, I can see it. I can hear people in there. So, if our parks are closed, then they need to be closed, gated, closed.
About them legitimately being open at night, we're going to have enforcement then. Our parks are closed at night. There are signs that say that they are closed at night. And if we are welcoming them to be open at night because we have lighting, we now have enforcement that we're going to have to put in the parks. So that's like a trickle down effect so that we'll talk about eventually. I just don't think we're there yet.
Right. But I mean, my whole thing with lighting right now is this is a flagship piece of non-motorized for the city. And to say that, oh, you're going to use it between, 9 and 3 in the afternoon is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I think, look at Henny Field.
7:30 until 9:30 p.m. at night in the summer. That's 14, 15 hours of daylight.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with the value of lighting. It's just we don't have the resources to do it.
We don't have the
right now.
resources at all
That's
right
the
now.
issue.
It's not on the list at the moment.
Let's. We have a motion on the floor to acknowledge receipt. That was moved by Dillon, seconded by Gearbo. We're going to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. Tesha, thank you for taking these questions. Moved by Gearbo to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by CO. I'll get you on the next one, Councilmember Harmon. Any additional discussion? Appears to be none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 25-67, approval of change order number 1, TMF grant service line verification. This will be a motion to acknowledge receipt of the memorandum and to approve or not to approve the change order number 1 from Duke Route Control Incorporated and OHM Advisors Incorporated for a total amount of $192,715.52.
Move to acknowledge and approve.
Moved by Gearbo to acknowledge and to approve, and that was seconded by Harmon. Thank you, ma'am. Engineer Humphries, the floor is yours.
Yes, Director Hopley had to leave, as we all know earlier, so I told him I'd give him just a quick update. The main purpose of this is to utilize, we got $600,000 in grant funds to do our randomized verification of water service lines. And this basically is just to get us up to utilize the entire $600,000 before the end of this fiscal year. That's the short story.
Very good. Are there any questions for the engineer? Go ahead, Mr. Gearbo.
Probably Mayor Protem's going to ask the same question. Now they're going back and seem like they're doing a lot more work again. It seems like we're seeing them showing up at once or twice at the same place. Is there a reason why? Do we have any understanding of why they continue going back to the same location?
Well, I guess I have a couple questions or answers, thoughts on that. One, some locations required additional traffic control, so we purposely put those on hold and are trying to do all the ones with additional traffic control in one swath. But the second answer to that is we were actually getting more done in a more cost-effective manner, so we added additional to the list. So we're really trying as a municipality to get every dime we can out of Eagle, the state, of this grant fund as we can. So our initial list, let's say it was at, I'm making up numbers here, but let's say it was at 270. I think we've increased that to somewhere closer to 350 by being able to effectively get out. So, So we're doing the randomized required by Eagle, and then our next step is we're using the funds to focus in on areas where we know we have older mains, areas that are more likely to be galvanized or lead leads.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gearbo, that was one of my questions. We had just talked about that. I have just 2 comments, actually, and I'm just going to put them out in the universe. I don't expect responses. One is that I'd like to hold Dukes a little bit more accountable. They're digging these holes, and I understand it's a process system. Somebody comes through, they dig the hole, then somebody comes back, they fill in the hole. We've got to put cones over these holes. We've got holes that are 2 feet deep, a foot around in diameter, 2 feet deep, right next to a sidewalk. I mean, my dog has fallen into these holes. I mean, people are going to get hurt. They've got to be marked. And then my other question was on OHM. And Marcus, I'm looking at you. There's a thing about public outreach and education. In the first round, I think the grant allowed for like almost 18,000, and now we're going to add another 3,000. What exactly are we doing for public education?
So I'm actually really excited about this dashboard that this money is going to create. So it's going to allow, and we don't have it ready yet. I envision some public meetings this summer once it's ready, but basically where you can go and go to your house and get an actual update on what the service line is at your house. I think as a municipality, we only have, again, rough numbers here, we have 3,200 accounts. We don't have, just because of our record keeping in the past, we don't have records for 1,400 leads. That's a large percentage of ours. So 1,400 people received a letter from us saying, we don't know what your lead is, and we're working towards verifying that. Now,
how many of those 1,400 are we actually concerned about? A very, very small percentage. But that's legally required. Any house that was built before 1989 and we didn't have a tap card specifying exactly what the lead is, we had to mark them in the unknown category. So as we're working to get this data, to answer your original question, this website will have a point at everybody's house where you can go to your house, click on and see where we're at with the status. Have we actually dug it up and verified it? Did we get it off of a tap card? Did we get it off of old records? Or are you still unknown because we're still working towards that? So that's one of the items for it. The website also has the idea of being links to sources so that homeowners can understand the difference between we found a galvanized lead or a lead lead. The lead is what we're concerned about. The galvanized is concerned that it may have been connected to lead fixtures or other components. So kind of differentiating, because the general public would not know the difference between, and it sounds scary when you just get an alert. So that's the idea, is that the website will have all of the information on it for the public to go to educate themselves on what is coming into their house.
And that will live in perpetuity?
Yes, that's the idea.
Okay.
Yes. And we're one of many municipalities. I mean, these are new regulations that came down from Eagle. I mean, this is something that we're working together with other municipalities at the same time doing.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Any additional questions? Mr. Gearbaugh?
Sorry, just one. Who is responsible for picking up all the DTE flags? Because I know individuals have them in their yards from last fall still. They don't know whether they need to remove them or not. And I was talking with Chris Atkin, who said they're invalid after 2 weeks anyways. So can we communicate to people that how they can remove those without being, because they're an issue. They're in the lawns, the flag comes off, and they're metal, and there's just a lot of potential hazards at that. So whether the expectation should be by Duke to pull them or whatever, I think that would be helpful.
Right. Good idea. I can add that to the list.
Any additional discussion on the motion? Engineer Humphries, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor to acknowledge and to approve. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 25-68, water treatment plant roof replacement. This will be a motion to acknowledge receipt of the memorandum and to approve or not to approve the contract with Lutz Roofing for $383,362.98 to replace the roof of the wastewater treatment plant.
Move to acknowledge and approve.
Moved by Lesh to acknowledge and to approve. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Gearbaugh. Mr. Briggs, your memo is pretty self-explanatory, but do you care to make a few obligatory comments for the public record?
Certainly. So originally we had budgeted $400,000, and this particular bid came in under that, which is an excellent deal. It's all done through Omnia, and Omnia basically streamlines procurement of materials. And Lutz is a qualified applicant for the Tremco's type roofing that we're looking at using. And so I would recommend that we go ahead and have them do it. Now, the only caveat is that I had originally budgeted $200,000 this year and $200,000 next year. Well, it's most likely going to get completed before the end of this fiscal year. So we're going to have to shift some funds to cover it.
So it'll be a forthcoming budget amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. Questions for our wastewater treatment superintendent? Councilmember Rice.
I just want to note that there's a typo somewhere in here because at the top it says 393 and then it repeats 383 and 383. So is it 93 or 83?
I believe it's 383 actually.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
That typo will be made without objection. Or correction will be made without objection. Additional comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon.
Thank you. Yeah, it was sort of because the number, I had the same thing, is the number in the bid tabulator was 395, and then we go to 393 and 383. So we'll go with the highest number, I assume.
No, actually the reduction is because of, we had some, because Lutz is doing the roofing, we had some economy of having materials available. So that's why the number is actually lower than what the bid tab was. By the time they got wet, and I think it had to do with shipping too. Talking to the gentleman from Tremco, the shipping caused it to come in a little lower.
Fantastic.
Than the actual bid tab.
Will this interrupt your operations at all?
No.
Fantastic.
Any additional comments or questions? Discussion on the motion. It's been properly moved by, I believe it was moved by Lesh and seconded by Gearba to acknowledge and to approve. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Bill, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. We move on to new business item 25-69, Beach Court Pavement Reconstruction Engineering Design Services. This will be a motion to approve or not to approve OHM's proposal dated January 29, 2025 to proceed with design for Beach Court.
Move to approve.
Moved by Gearba to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by CO. Engineer Humphries, the floor is yours.
I'm back, and I do, somebody pointed out, I think maybe Councilmember Dillon, Marcus McNamara is here from OHM with any questions. But this is part of LDFA 2. Beach Court is the southernmost court and off of Industrial, and it's a 1 on the PASER rating, which is the lowest it can go. It's in poor shape, and we're proposing to use LDFA funds to reconstruct this in 2026. But with the bulk of the cul-de-sac is in concrete as opposed to asphalt, and if we go that route, this will be our first concrete road.
Are there questions for our city engineer? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
I'm so sorry. So remind me, Beach Court is the one that's next to the storage facility? So is it like behind Imagine Theater? Is that one Beach?
No, it's south. So if you're coming off of Venus, it would be your going north on it. Your first one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Condat.
Condat. Okay.
Metron.
Fantastic. So I was going to say,
Mr. Gearba.
I was just going to say, when that industrial park was done, the roads were done on the cheap, and that's the reason why we had to redo industrial a few years ago. So, yep, I understand. Thanks.
And it's not going to impact the business that's going in the old Metron? Is it, does it, it doesn't?
Sure. Metron.
Not Metron, Windsor Mold.
Or Windsor Mold. It's not right there.
Do we have a? We don't have a, I'm not aware that there's somebody going into Windsor Mold, is there? No. There's a business going into the former Flat Out.
Right.
I'm not aware of anybody that has signed a lease or purchased the former Windsor Mold building yet.
I think there is. I think they're
doing some renovations.
They're doing renovations to the building, and I guess I just want to make sure that we're not.
Yeah, you want to comment on that real quick? I don't want to get off topic because that's not the motion at hand.
Clarifying to that, a notice tomorrow, but I believe that his purchase is not been finalized.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. Just because I don't want to be doing a road that they're going to be putting heavy equipment on to do modifications to a building.
Good call.
Any additional comments or questions? Engineer Humphries, anything you'd like to add? No? Okay. Then we have a motion on the floor moved by Gearboss, seconded by CO to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Marcus, thank you too for your time tonight. Appreciate you being here. Reports, announcements, and updates from boards, committees, and commissions. Again, as I indicated earlier this evening, or as I followed this protocol earlier this evening, I'm going to begin with Councilmember Rice, and I'll wrap up at the end. So, Councilmember Rice, do you have any community updates or reports from boards, commissions, or committees?
Yeah. So, as a member of the City Manager Hiring Committee, the community survey has been completed, and our committee was given the results of that we looked over today. My council colleagues, in your inboxes, you have a couple of emails from HR Director Getchman. One is dates to put on hold for interviews, and the second one is please within the next 24 hours look at the city profile brochure that goes along with the job posting. We are looking for like red flags only. We've already wordsmithed it multiple times, but if there's anything that we've missed that is embarrassing or is a red flag, email HR Director Getchman back immediately. The job's going to be posted no later than 5 p.m. on Wednesday, so it's imperative that you get that back to her tomorrow. We will also be sent, once that job is posted, we will be sent a link so that we can also push it through our channels as well. And then the posting will be up, and the posting will be up for a couple of weeks, and we have some dates set for us to reconvene at the beginning of May, and then council will get together for the interviews, which, as I indicated, are in your inbox with some hold dates. We don't have them officially nailed down, but pretty much we all looked at our calendars today, and those will be the dates that we're going with. So any questions, the mayor or I would be happy to answer.
Good, yes.
And then as far as Ms. Estrada mentioned, we're going on a parks tour. So the purpose of those parks tours, this Wednesday and next Wednesday, are to see what the surrounding communities have built. I am very keen on looking at some accessibility features, some accessible features in these parks, having conversations with their directors on, how they were able to secure funding for the parks and what the process looked like and things like that, so that the Parks Commission can come back at the end of this year with just some recommendations on what we want to do with Mill Pond. As you saw in our capital improvement plan, we have money set aside for some, minor kind of bandage improvements, but the long-term goal would be an overhaul of Mill Pond Park within the next 5 to 6 years. So it's better to start planning for that now, so that as money comes up, if we have a plan ready, we can try to snatch that money up. So those are the conversations we're going to be starting to have, and those are my updates for now.
Very good. Councilmember Harmel?
Yes, the Historic District Commission will not be meeting this Thursday, and we'll be postponing until next month. I did want to make a comment that I was able to attend, thank you, the Michigan Municipal League Capital Conference in Lansing on the 18th and 19th. Some of the items that were discussed were the state of the state alignment, road funding, there's spoiler alert, there's a gap there, non-traditional partnerships, extended producer responsibility as it pertains to solid waste, the 5 L's, labor, lumber, lending, land, and laws that are big topics coming up, and affordable housing emergency that everybody, a lot of communities are experiencing. So these are some of the topics that were shared during the Capitol Conference.
Very good, thank you. Acting City Manager Cole, as we discussed earlier today and last week, do you want to provide the briefest of updates on our ongoing discussions to evaluate the future of the Mill Pond Dam and to reconfirm what your recommendation is in terms of how we're going to proceed over the next 6 months?
Absolutely. So right now we're actively gathering grants and financial data on both options. While we'd like to move faster, due diligence is truly essential. We are prepared to give you a full update by October of 2025.
Is there any objection or concern with that? No? Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Lesh, any board, commission, committee updates?
2 different things. The Arts and Culture is still actively seeking sponsorships for Jazz in the Park, so any citizens who would like to come forward to help support that, we appreciate that. My other report is from the Fire Board, which had a meeting last Wednesday, the first meeting with our new officers in place. The budget, which was approved by the municipalities, was approved after a lot of discussion between the municipalities, and I will state that the members of the Fire Board have committed to working on new processes for the budgeting process and for other processes in connecting with the municipalities. So.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Seal, community updates, reports, announcements.
On March 20th, the mayor and I attended the last quarterly SEMCOG meeting. It was held at the old Detroit Central train station, the newly renovated Detroit Central train station. There were 3 very interesting presentations given by various communities in Southeast Michigan about how they've converted old buildings to new uses. One was a large business park converted to apartments. Another was a shopping mall that's now gone defunct and is being converted to a retail and living space, kind of a city of its own. And then the third one was an old racetrack downtown. I think it's Northville, I'm sorry, that's now been is being made into a public park, a meeting place, a community center, if you will, that they hope will form the center of their new city. So,
very good.
Very interesting.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon.
Thank you. Zoning Board of Appeals did not meet as we had no actionable items brought before us this month, and I also, along with Mr. Gearball, was able to attend the SEMCOG General Assembly at the renovated train station, and it was very enlightening to see what you can do with money and bringing the right developers on board. You know, Northville is a really great example. Anybody that had been to Northville Downs and seeing now what they're converting that into, Sterling Heights is creating a city within its city. And Troy, you know, taking old, you know, 80s glass business offices and converting them into modern housing. It was really interesting to see how they're reutilizing existing spaces to meet current needs. I was also able to attend the Capitol Conference in Lansing, and as Ms. Harbont said, the big focus was, you know, hold tight. There's just a lot going on right now that no one's really sure about. The governor's budget, there's just a lot of different things. There were things in lame duck that sort of came through, things that they thought were going to come through that died on the vine, and now they are really trying desperately to bring them back to life. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot trickling down from Lansing.
Mr. Gearbaugh?
Since all my co-colleagues have talked about all the events that we were at, I don't need to add on to it. The one issue that we have come up in it is Mayor Pro Tem Dillon and myself are both on Michigan Municipal League committees. Information's coming to us and they're looking for support examples. One of the things right now is being discussed is the federal government wants to eliminate tax exemption for municipal bonds. That elimination will significantly impact borrowing and the impact on local communities and everywhere else. So there's actions that they're requesting and that type of thing. So I think we need to do some resolutions coming forward to show our support as a community. But again, they also want to show examples of success. I mean, for us, without the ability to do municipal bonds, we couldn't do our wastewater treatment plant, our water plant, roads, anything without significant costs. So these ideas that are being presented in Washington are not only, you know, detrimental, but could impact us significantly, just like all the tariffs are doing right now.
Can I stop you real quick? Acting City Manager Cole, because this has been brought up at, not only at Michigan Municipal League, but also at SEMCOG and some other regional entities. Can we get some draft language and put together a resolution for our next meeting stating our emphatic position on this particular issue?
And I have some emails that I think I can forward you.
It shouldn't be that easy to create something. There's a template that's been floating around. Please continue.
Thanks. Planning at the last meeting postponed the, well, we had a discussion, but on auxiliary buildings, we'll again be dealing with that on Wednesday. And the only thing I would like to tap in on the hiring committee, I hope that we can move this as quickly as we can. I don't want to have a posting up more than 2 weeks. We need to get moving on this thing. It's been significant, and I think there's qualified candidates out there, but for me, this is a need right now. It's clear we have a lot of things to tackle, and our leadership that we have right now, which is working well, I want to continue to make sure that we have someone in place fairly quickly.
I think we're talking about having the posting up for about 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's gonna move quickly now. Starting Wednesday, it moves very quickly, and they're gonna check in with us as well to make sure that we're getting applicants, and if we're not, we'll adjust course so that we can get things done quicker.
One of the best things, as Councilmember Rice indicated, that this body can do is respond to L. Getzman's email as soon as possible and lock in those 2 dates in May and that first Monday in June. Because we want to be able to make a decision no later than that first Monday in June. If necessary, we might be able to develop consensus 2 weeks prior to that. But please put those in your calendars and please commit to attending as soon as you are able. Anything else, Mr. Gearbaugh?
Not at this time.
Okay. If there's nothing further to be brought up under reports and announcements, we have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681C for City Council to consider negotiations of a collective bargaining agreement. City Council will reconvene into regular session at the conclusion of the closed session. Is there a motion to convene into closed session at 8:38? Moved by Gearbaugh, seconded by CO. The clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Gearbaugh?
Yes.
Councilmember CO?
Yes.
Councilmember Rice?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesh?
Yes.
Councilmember Farmount?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Yes.
Mayor Morrow?
Yes, we are convening into closed session at 8:38.
Okay, we are going, Ben, you're good? Fantastic. Okay, we are going to move back into open session. The mayor will not be in attendance for the rest of the meeting. So at this time, we need to do a roll call.
So move to open session. Second.
Oh, sorry. We need a second?
Second.
Ms. Rice. Yes. Okay. Clerk, can you call the roll?
We got to vote.
Councilmember Gearbox?
Oh, we got to vote? Sorry.
Yeah, but we are right now. Yes.
Councilmember Seal?
Yes.
Councilmember Rice?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesh?
Yes.
Councilmember Harmel?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Yes. We are in open session at 9:30 p.m. And at this time, we have one action item that will be added to the agenda. Clerk, would you like to read the memo, or the motion rather?
To approve or not approve the contract addendum with COAM bargaining unit as presented.
Move to approve.
Second. Mr. Seal, thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's wonderful that that this bargain has gone so smoothly, and I would like to thank everyone who's involved. I think this was a pleasant experience.
It shows what can happen when two parties work together constructively to solve a mutual problem.
Yeah. Any others? Okay, let's move to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now we're back to public comment. Under the Open Meetings Act, any person may now come forward to make a comment to City Council. This public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Those wishing to speak are requested, but not required, to state their name and address for the record. Please note, Council will not answer questions during the public comment. Are there any from the public that would like to comment?
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for for waiting for us.
Well, evening, council and city support staff. My name's Al Hodge. I'm here today as a representative of the Saline Rotary Club. I am the current treasurer of that club as well as a past president. And what we're here to do today, what I'm here today, is to present to the city a gift that we're hoping that you will accept so we can proceed on with this. And what this gift will be is a bicycle repair station that will sit up in the Taft Park area, which would be Woodland by Textile. Now, people that ride bikes up Woodland to get to Textile and down the Textile Trail will have a place to put air in their tires, probably be the most use of it. So I do have some brochures. This is made by a company up in Minneapolis called Deco. They specialize in these bike repair stations and other bike safety lock items, bike locks and things of that. This has a value of about $3,000 in that area by the time you get done with the shipping. It is a powder coated, just strictly a mechanical device. There's no electronics or pneumatics or anything associated with it. The pump that comes with it, the bicycle pump, is for both Schrader as well as Presto valves. Schrader valves are your tire valves, if you will, although some bicycles have those. Most of them are Presto. We would ask the city to install it, which is nothing more than really drilling a 16, 18-inch diameter hole, filling it with concrete, and then mounting the unit on top. All the mounting hardware comes with this, so there's nothing that the city really has to purchase. So we asked that because, one, it would eliminate us from having to get a building permit and an outside contractor, which I'm assuming somewhere within the city's maintenance wherewithal, you must have an honor hole drill bit. So that's my purpose. We plan to put 2 more along the Textile Road area, 2 in Pittsfield. The second one will be in that park that's east of State on Textile. I can't remember the name of it. Meadows, I think it is.
Meadows Park.
Meadows, yeah. Then up Platte, up by Ellsworth, up by Libby, park up in that area. But regardless, if Pittsfield decides to go or not, we do want to proceed certainly with this. We'd like to get this in sometime before summer gets too far along. So that's my purpose today, is to ask if you're interested and will accept this gift from the Saline Rotary Club.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodge. We will not be taking action on this evening, but we can bring it back as an actionable item at our next meeting because it's got to run through DPW and all through all the other channels. And would you be the point of contact for them? Yeah. I know how to find you.
Thank you very much, though.
We've got a question from Mr. Seal.
Mr. Hodge, would you propose this be placed along Textile Road, somewhere like just north of the rec center in that park there?
Yeah, it would be south of Textile, in along that parking lot somewhere for the Teff Field area, that far northern ball fields. I think that would be an ideal location. We'll put it in a highly visible color, like a yellow. And also, this will, through this company, Deco, they do have an app that gives all the locations of bicycle repair stations, and this will fit into that as well.
Would most bicyclists know how to use this thing?
Well, you're right. A lot of people don't know how to repair a bike. Bicycles can be kind of complicated, actually. I'm a very avid bicyclist. But they will provide the biggest service is putting air in tires. I mean, by far, the biggest thing I see people riding around with is low air in their tires.
Okay.
So, it'll help that.
There are numerous of these up in the Traverse City area on the bike paths up there.
Yeah, there's really none at all in our immediate area here. Milan has one, and other than that, I have not seen anybody. You can go up to Ann Arbor, they've got.
Dexter has them on the Border to Border Trail. I know, I've seen them there, and they're very well used. And I know that we've talked about this. I'm also a Rotarian, and we've talked about this, that there were issues people have thought in the past, oh, they're going to be, they're going to be stolen, they're going to be broken, things like that. And I know that from my conversations with Dexter, they said, sometimes they break, but it's more from just overuse than intentional vandalism.
If I failed to mention it, we will maintain these too, so the city doesn't have to worry about that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention.
It was a great way to end.
Yes, absolutely. Well, since there's no one else in the audience, Clerk Royal, do we have any online comments? No. Oh. Well, then I guess we are done for the evening. So we just need a motion to adjourn at 9:37.
That would have been Miss Harmel.
Okay, I guess that was an enthusiastic one. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Up. Okay, I think Mr. Gearbaugh beat you to that one. So with that, we are going to adjourn and are all in favor? Aye. I don't think there was anybody opposed to that one. So we are officially adjourned at 9:37.
This might be fun.
We are going to